The ocean stretches farther than the eye can see, and the prehistoric ocean stretched even farther, older, darker, hungrier. It was not a place to visit. It was a world that owned every edge of itself. If you found yourself in these waters, you wouldn't make it to a second breath. Some seas didn't kill with teeth. They killed with chemistry. Waters ran green and purple with sulfur. The air above them stung the lungs. One inhale, and the body would simply forget how to be alive. In others, the danger was shape. Quilted bodies without faces pressed themselves into the seafloor, then vanished from the record. You wouldn't know what you were looking at until it moved. And by the Cambrian, things learned to move fast. Eyes opened, armor locked, and the first ambushes began. You are only a silhouette there, cut out against a new world of sight. Straight-shelled hunters drifted through Orthovision light like pillars that could steer. You would float as slowly as a thought, and they would reach you first. At the shoreline, sea scorpions patrolled the margins, leaving trackways that run to the water and do not return. There is no safe place to stand. The tide owns your ankles. The past owns the rest. The Devonian raised armored fish and coral forests, then turned off the light. Whole basins went breathless and quiet. In that hush, a jaw like a guillotine slid past, testing bone the way a blade tests paper. Nothing about that silence is survivable. Some mouths were clocks. Tooth spirals coiled forward, cutting as they turned, a buzzsaw hidden where a jaw should be. Some hunters were questions shaped like animals, a neck so long it seemed impossible, moving through the water like a thought you couldn't finish. A broader skull above it all, Liopleurodon's shadow measuring you without hurry. A continent split and a warm inland sea flooded the middle. Mosasaurs cruised chalk blue lanes. Diving birds didn't break the surface so much as disappear into it. From shore to shore, there was nowhere to climb out. Then the sky fell. The day the ocean caught fire, glass rained into the shallows and waves crossed an entire basin without stopping. Even far from any coast, the water answered to a different gravity. Survival wasn't an option. It wasn't even a word. New masters came red and serpentine. Basilosaurus hunted other whales in the first ocean of their kind. Much later, another giant ruled the coasts and then vanished, leaving nurseries etched in stone and teeth by the thousands. Evidence without explanation. You wouldn't survive those waters either. You wouldn't even be noticed. These aren't myths. They are trackways and boundary clays, CT-scanned jaws and bite-marked bones, outcrops you can stand beneath and feel the weight of time pressing back, documented, excavated, investigated, and still unwilling to be simple. So settle in. Where we're going, eras turn like pages, and the line between fact and folklore thins to a single strand of light. The deeper we go, the less our kind belongs. Let's begin. Sea fog hangs low, and the surface turns to hammered glass. In that hush, a shape moves without making a ripple. A slow re-tilt of water, a parabola of dark that glides and is gone. Most predators announce themselves by chaos. The ones that last learn to be weather. If you swam the Middle Jurassic seas that drowned much of Europe, you would not have seen the hunter. You would have felt the water change around you the way a forest stills when a tiger shifts its weight. People later gave it a name that sounds like a verdict, Liopleurodon, the smooth-sided tooth, and then spent a century arguing about how much shadow that tooth describes. Before we continue, just a quick note. The visuals in this video are a bit more minimal than usual. This story, like the others we'll explore, took time to research, edit, and bring to life. Feel free to treat it as a background companion while you work, relax, or let your thoughts drift through these quiet mysteries. The visuals will help set the mood, but they aren't required to follow the journey. Thanks for being here. Now, let's get back to it. Back then, Europe was a brace of islands and lagoons stitched together by a warm, shallow inland sea. Silt and plankton turned the water green. River floods braided fresh over salt. Carcasses sank into mud, fine enough to remember the curl of a scale. Those layers, the Oxford clay, are a library of fragments. Teeth shaped like polished steaks, jaw arcs, palates with the vascular grooves still etched in them, the occasional skull fused into a single piece of stone. You can read the fauna in cross-section. Coil-stacked ammonites, fish with pin-neat bones, long-necked plesiosaurs, tuna-bodied ichthyosaurs, and somewhere between them, the wide, heavy skull of a pliosaur, forehead low, jaws long, the hinge pulled far back to make room for muscle. We do not have the full animal often. We have the part that mattered most. That mouth is where measurements begin and begin to drift. The fossil record for Liopleurodon is a puzzle scattered by storms and quarrying. Isolated skulls in one county, teeth in another, bones eroded from cliffs by winter. To turn these into a body, researchers lean on ratios. In pliosaurs, skull length has been compared to total length at 5:1, 6:1, sometimes 7:1. A skull 1.5 meters long could mean a body of 7 or 8 meters. Change the ratio and the animal swells or shrinks with it. That fluidity leaves room for legend. Television once made it a whale killer 20+ meters long, a shadow that could turn a boat sideways. Those who work with the bones ask for patience. The largest Liopleurodon skulls known are impressive but not cathedral-sized. When the math is done soberly, most estimates settle into a range that would fit a city bus, not a blue whale. And yet, to speak only in ratios is to miss the ache in the numbers. Even at 7 meters, a pliosaur is a room of jaws propelled by 4 oars, a thing built to arrive all at once. The gap between calculation and legend widened for cultural reasons as much as scientific ones. A late-century television sequence cast a pliosaur as an ocean tyrant on a scale with whales, and the image stuck like a song. Posters, toys, and school murals repeated the silhouette until it felt authoritative. Later, quieter papers trimmed the figures and moved some of the truly giant bones to other genera. But memory has a taste for the largest possible number. Paleontology often has to walk back stories it never meant to tell. Under the camera's lights, a field note about ratios became a crown, and the public kept the crown even after the ledger corrected itself. The correction matters, but the appetite behind the myth explains why the question of size keeps coming back. It is not only about measurement. It is about our instinct to make the sea hold something that can look back and end a sentence. Bite marks carry the story past calculation. Museum drawers hold ammonite shells with neat crescent bites carved from their coils, as if a pastry chef had cut out a sample. Plesiosaur ribs show paired punctures that travel in arcs. Ichthyosaur vertebrae turn up with parallel gouges spaced like the tines of a rake. The spacing tells you about the predator, tooth diameter, tooth count, the sweep of the jaw. When you overlay those patterns with teeth found in the same rock, the fits are not perfect, but they are persuasive. Something with big, conical teeth was pressing hard, wrenching, letting go. That is pliosaur behavior, written onto other animals the way a watermark shows through paper. Picture the hunt in the water that made those marks. The Oxford clay sea was rarely postcard clear. Storms and rivers smeared it to olive. Visibility collapsed to arm's length. Sound and vibration carry in such water. A pliosaur breathed at the surface, the loudest thing it did, and then sank, ribs hinging, lungs compressing, buoyancy tipping it toward neutral. 4 flippers sculled in counter-rotations, a low-drag, high-control gait that let a heavy predator ghost along without a wake. The head did not wag. It balanced ahead of the body like a poised hammer. When the strike came, there was no prolonged chase. The skull arrived first, jaws opening late, the teeth meeting and dragging the victim into a roll. People call it the death roll by analogy to crocodiles. But in water, this opaque, the roll is also a tool of navigation. The predator keeps its prey against its teeth instead of losing it to murk and momentum. How it moved between breaths is its own study. Engineers have argued whether 4 equal flippers rode like oars, flew like a penguin's paired wings, or beat in a phased cycle. Fronts for lift and steering, rears for thrust. Tank tests with scale models suggest a compromise that fits the bones. The 4 flippers provided most of the acceleration and fine control. The hind flippers trimmed, braked, and gave sudden sideways authority for the kind of snap turn that makes ambush safe. The choice of gait is not trivia. In thick water, thrust without control is noise, and noise is warning. A pliosaur's quiet was an adaptation as real as its teeth. Jaw mechanics turn that scene from suggestion into physics. Lever arms on the lower jaw and the scars where muscle anchored onto the skull let engineers model bite force. The numbers vary by specimen, but the principle is clear. These were clamping machines. Conical teeth do not cut. They resist bending and deliver pressure into small targets. A rib between opposed cones behaves like chalk. Bone bruises, then pops. Soft tissue tears on the rebound. The bite does not trim meat so much as create failure points, after which the whole animal becomes easier to break. Anatomy adds other hints. The nasal region and secondary palate suggest good separation of nasal passages from the mouth, a useful feature for a reptile that surfaces to breathe but feeds underwater. Salt glands, inferred by comparison with related marine reptiles, likely bled excess salt from the blood. The inner ear spaces trace a sensitivity to head orientation. The broad pectoral and pelvic girdles show how the flippers could deliver sudden, asymmetric thrust for a snap turn. Vision in such water is a study in compromise. Bones seldom keep the delicate sclerotic rings that would fix the pupil's mechanics, and optic canal size is a blunt proxy. Perhaps it hunted in the dim, when contrast matters more than distance. Perhaps scent, caught during each breath and cycled through the skull, helped close the last meters. Some researchers point to pressure cues along the snout, a way to feel turbulence the way a seal does, though the evidence is circumstantial. Even guesses like these tell you what mattered, knowing where another body was without having to see it. None of this tells us color or texture or the precise range of motion. It does tell us temperament, a design optimized for short accelerations, precise control, and the ability to hold a mouthful of living, thrashing weight. Taxonomy complicates appetite. Not every giant pliosaur is Liopleurodon. In the same family tree sit cousins with skulls longer, faces broader, proportions that play different games with the same parts. Some coastal cliffs have yielded mandibles 2 meters long, attached to bones that probably belong to other genera. Teeth named for Liopleurodon in the 19th century have been reassigned. Species once poured into the jar have been poured out again under new labels. Liopleurodon ferox remains real. Middle Jurassic, European. a predator whose teeth and skulls keep turning up in the same old mud. But the film version supergiant may be a composite animal built from several lineages and a generous ratio. The sober picture is still not small. A 7 to 9 meter pliosaur is an apex life strategy, not a consolation prize. Other lines of evidence try to soften the blur. When you slice a tooth, you find growth lines, slow and fast bands that record seasons. Stable isotopes of oxygen and carbon capture water temperature and diet at the time the enamel formed. Early readings from pliosaur teeth imply high trophic levels, prey switching, perhaps seasonal movements between cooler and warmer water masses. If that is right, Liopleurodon followed resources like a shark does today. Not a resident of a single bay, but a patroller of basins, appearing where fish concentrated or where long-necked plesiosaurs congregated to breed. The prey left testimony of its own. Healed scars on plesiosaur ribs show semicircular bites that later filled in with new bone. The animal lived long enough for its body to lay broth-colored callus over the damage. The geometry of the scars says fronts and flanks were targeted. The long necks, so vulnerable in illustrations, are less often recorded as the site of attack. Perhaps the necks were whip-quick. Perhaps the best tactic was to control the torso, where lungs and leverage live. Whatever the reason, the record speaks of failed hunts as well as successful ones, of a sea full of near misses and second chances. There were competitors and thieves. Blunt-headed sharks worried carcasses. Smaller marine reptiles harried the same shoals. Even among pliosaurs, sizes overlapped. A juvenile Liopleurodon might have been in danger near a larger adult of a different species. A carcass drew a courthouse of claimants the moment blood lifted into the water column. Over all of it moved weather. Shallow seas can go from glazed to angry in an hour, waves stacking, water thick with sand and driftwood. In those hours, even the biggest hunter becomes a shape among other shapes, hustled by current, seeking the lee of a sandbar like any other animal. The sea itself set the rules. This was no aquarium blue stage, but a working estuary that forgot what color the sun was below a few meters. Strategy in such places is patience. You wait where a breath must happen. You launch at the edge of necessity, when a lung forces a rival to choose between oxygen and awareness. You finish quickly and fade. The shadow does not surface for long, because surfacing is the one moment it is least itself. Our appetite for superlatives survives every correction. We want a single sovereign of the Jurassic Sea to wear the crown forever. The bones vote locally. Power pooled and moved. Several lineages took turns being inevitable. Liopleurodon was one of them, a portable ambush with a room-sized skull. A submarine tiger by habit rather than by record height. In human waters, myth and measurement quarrel. In wild water, only the recipe matters. Heavy head, low drag, fast twist, teeth that do not let go. One discovery could change the ratios tomorrow. Somewhere under farmland or behind a cliff face that has not yet fallen is an articulation, the dream of every preparator. Vertebrae in sequence, girdles in place, skull uncrushed, flippers folded like hands at rest. With that, the silhouette would stop being a dotted line. We would count intervertebral joints, test how the neck really moved, see whether the tail ended blunt or wore a small fin for trim. The first complete Liopleurodon would not just settle a size argument. It would show posture, balance, the way the animal held its head between breaths. It would turn the shadow into a body without ruining the darkness that made it work. Until then, the evidence keeps leading by hints. Bite marks, isolated skulls, scattered estimates that refuse to agree. Careful science lives beside sailor's tale because the ocean still edits what we're allowed to know. Stand on a chalk cliff after rain and look into green water wrinkled by tide. The mind supplies a shape the eyes cannot confirm. A low triangular head riding a corridor of quiet, turning across the grain of waves, indifferent to how old you are when you finally see it. How big was it? Media myth or measurable monster? The question echoes, not solved so much as thinned by years of work, and in the thinness, something darker remains. A silhouette that chooses not to surface, and the old reflex we cannot stop, of holding our breath when the water goes still. Story 2. The day the ocean caught fire. We tip forward into a day when the sea itself became a witness, then a weapon. If the last mystery asked who was watching you from below, the next asks what comes down when you finally look up, reflexive and late, and find the danger is not a fin or a jaw, but the sky itself, arriving all at once. 66 million years ago, a piece of stone from elsewhere crossed an ordinary morning. Over the Yucatan, it burned from star to sun to hammer, struck warm carbonate shelf and shallow tropical sea, and turned rock to vapor faster than thought can follow. In the first heartbeats, the ocean around the crater heaved as if exhaling, then raced outward as a wall. Seawater blasted into the atmosphere and fell back as boiling rain. Limestone flashed to gas and then to a glassy snow. Shock waves sprinted through bedrock and into basins, a signal so loud it became landscape. The hour-by-hour sequence is partly a reconstruction we keep updating, but the rhythm it sketches is unforgiving. If you were afloat anywhere in the Gulf, even far from shore, you would have seen the first news arrive, not as a wave, but as a horizon going wrong. The sky brightened past noon toward furnace. Air trembled. Birds vanished into silence you could feel. Then heat, an impossible skin-tight brightness, swept across the water as ejector globes began to fall back through the upper atmosphere, heating the air until it radiated like a broiler door opened too close to your face. It would have singed every edge of you that faced upward. Feathers and fronds crisped. The slicks of oil and organic scum on the surface, those quiet films that drift in every sea, caught first, a patchwork of burning that looked like constellations reflected, and then became continuous fire. You would not have needed coastline to find fuel. The ocean offers its own. Seismic energy outran the water, a convoy of waves that had nothing to do with tides. In the western interior seaway, the inland ocean that had split the continent, shores 800, 1,000 miles from the crater began to lurch and slosh. River mouths reversed. Sandbars went forward and back like breath caught in a chest. In at least one valley now buried by North Dakota's hills, fish died with glass in their gills, as if they tried to breathe the rain of melted earth and could not. Some researchers read there a seiche, a standing wave set off by the impact's planet-length ringing, which tore upstream in minutes while the glass spherules were still falling. Others argue for a distant tsunami that threaded into the seaway from the Gulf through straits we map only by inference. Either way, the timing tells the same story. The land heard first, the water followed, and in the brief overlap, air became lethal. Closer to the crater, the ocean had less time to decide what to be. The first tsunami did not look like a wave so much as a rising of the world's edge, a wall that carried whole reefs and fields of carbonate mud within it, like clouds carry sand. The retreat that followed was worse. Water clawing itself downhill off the shelf, ripping stones and trees and animals into a slurry that scoured to bedrock before the ocean returned a second time, and then a third, each pulse loading and unloading the coast like a misfired breath. We see its log in the rock record as thick beds of chaotic rubble called tsunamites, ripped up seafloor, shocked minerals, torn shells, abruptly overlain by a quiet, fine layer that bears a smoke signature, charcoal from forests that caught when the sky went incandescent. Farther away, across the Caribbean and into what would be the Atlantic, the first crest arrived hours later, translated into long, low cyclones of water that slid beneath ships that never saw them coming because there were no eyes left to see. On the other side of the planet, wave trains threaded through straits and island arcs, diffracted into harbors that did not exist yet, turned river deltas inside out. Not every beach kept its diary. Some basins cradled the turbulence and preserved it. Others erased their own margins over the next ordinary years of weather and tide. What remains is a patchwork of deposits whose thickness and grain sizes whisper distances and directions, like sand's way of saying where it has been. Above all of this, the sky kept working. Glass rained. Tektites, shot-blasted droplets of impact melt, fell while still warm, their surfaces skinned over as they cooled on the way down. Some pierced leaves, some embedded in resin that would later be amber. Some sank into ponds and shallow coves, still sloshing from the first earthquake reflections. Each little bead carries tiny bubbles of gas, a chemistry that remembers limestone and seawater and the shock-heated mix they made. In the clay between ages, the thin global boundary that marks the end of the Cretaceous, there is also a fingerprint of the asteroid itself in a metal rare near Earth's surface. An iridium spike, diluted but undeniable. Add to that shocked quartz, grains whose crystal lattices carry microscopic faults like lightning scars. We are reading, in hard matter, a day that wrote in blinding light. What made the ocean catch fire was not a single match, but many. Hydrocarbons liberated from shelf sediments, rafts of broken vegetation soaked in resin, the ordinary breath of waves, which brings dissolved oxygen up to meet anything that will take it. In many models, though, the biggest burner is the sky itself, a radiant heat pulse from re-entering ejecta that could cook the top millimeters of soil, ignite leaf litter across continents, and set the entire low forest layer alight nearly at once. Smoke from those fires, black carbon soot, rose into the stratosphere and stayed there. In a world before cities, this was the only global industrial haze, thick enough to dim sunlight to a weak lid. Photosynthesis faltered. In the ocean's upper skin, phytoplankton shut down like fields under eclipse. The water changed color, not like a storm, but like a season that refused to leave. Without sunlight, the daily bloom and die-off of microscopic plants dwindled. With fires on land, rainfall scavenged nitric and sulfuric acids out of the air. In some places, it fell as a brief, sour rain that picked at limestone and leather alike, enough to sting eyes and roughen the tongues of amphibians. In others, the buffering capacity of the ocean damped the shock before it could go deep. How far the pH dropped in any given bay or gyre remains an argument with data points separated by continents and millions of years. But the pattern that follows is clearer. Small, lightly built things that could hide, wait, or switch their diets. Detritivores, omnivores, burrowers, had better odds than large, surface-dependent animals whose lives needed constant light and speed. In the weeks after the impact, if you were still at sea by luck or by the cautious shelter of some cove, you would have noticed the quiet as a different kind of noise. Birds gone, insects less. Nights of ash-dampened wind where even waves seemed to grow uncertain of their own edges. Fish that fed by sight, pursuit hunters with big eyes tuned to glitter, lost their theatre. Jelly-like drifters that did not care what colour the day was went on. Far below, where sunlight never truly belonged, life that eats chemical gradients continued, indifferent to the sky's new politics. We imagine refuges as places on a map. In this time, a refuge was also a strategy. Being small, being deep, being able to do something else. Months into the dark, the surface metals changed. Iron fell out differently. Trace elements redeposited along thermoclines and in quiet basins like signatures laid down in sleep. The fern spike, the sudden, brief dominance of ferns in the pollen record on land, speaks of a first wave of returners that specialize in colonizing ash. Out at sea, the first comeback belonged to microbes that can live on leftovers, bacterial mats on carcasses, sulfur-loving bacteria at the edges of oxygen. Poor waters now expanded and layered. Whales were far in the future. Here, the big falls were of reptiles and fish and forests. Scavengers grew fat for a season of years and then thin again as the buffet ended. The geography of survival is uneven. Crocodilians made it, perhaps because they can wait and because their young do not require long, illuminated summers. Turtles crept through as they always do, built to ignore centuries. Birds that were not strong flyers but could hide in burrows or shore thickets came through in certain lineages while large, soaring forms vanished. In the ocean, ammonites, baroque cousins of squid that had braided themselves through the Mesozoic food web, went silent almost everywhere, even in deep water that never saw flame. Belemnites were already gone by then, but their niches did not return. Planktic foraminifera, the chalk makers whose shells become limestones and cliffs, suffered enormously. Benthic forms in deeper water fared better. The old balance did not recover, it was replaced. We build models to test our guesses against physics. Some tell of an impact winter that lasted only a few years, followed by decades of strange seasons. Others lean harder into soot and sulfur, into high clouds that punished the light longer. There is room for argument in the numbers, but the direction of travel remains the same. Light down, photosynthesis down, food chains shortened, the big burned at both ends. Fringe ideas bloom at the edges like the ferns did. Lakefuls of acid so strong they stripped bone. Global storms of glass that set deserts alight, instant hemispheric night. But the rocks ask for patience. A thin clay with iridium does not tell you how screams sounded. Shocked quartz does not tell you how long a parent guarded a nest after the heat. We circle back to what the ocean kept. And it kept a lot. Microtectites trapped in muds far from land, their glossy skins cratered by bubbles that once were seawater. Proof that the spray and the sea mixed that day in a way nothing else can fake. Tsunami deposits tucked under later sands in quiet embayments, with rip-up clasts sitting where the energy died, like a hand unclenching near shore. Charcoal inside the boundary layer that sets a floor under our estimates of the world on fire. A hiatus in carbonate sedimentation in some basins, a pause in chalk for a span that maps to the worst of the dark. And in river valleys that fed the old seaway, jumbles of sturgeon and paddlefish and driftwood, all laid in a single violent event, all too crowded to be ordinary, as if something reached in and stirred. To float under that sky was to be between two kinds of heat. The one that had come and gone in a flash, and the long, low kind that follows when clouds are black and food steps down a trophic rung with every passing week. Even if you avoided the first brightness by luck or deep water, the physics of breath and hunger would find you. Oxygen near the surface sagged in patches. Blooms of some bacteria that thrive in low light and high nutrients painted shallow basins wine-colored and made them hostile in a way unconnected to flames. The ocean does not need to boil to kill. Still, life reached forward. Somewhere in that dimness, the ancestors of modern plankton learned the day again. Corals waited in the form of small, tough species on reefs that had been smashed flat. Sharks, tenants of every catastrophe, thinned but did not vanish, their teeth writing a continuous calendar through the boundary and into the Paleogene. The world that coalesced when daylight returned could not host the same giants or the same habits. New menus were written. In the void above reefs that were not reefs anymore, small fish practiced new ways of being invisible. In open water, swift bodies arose that could make a living in lower, patchier light. The ocean, which had caught fire, learned to be dark and then to be blue again. What we do not know is the kind that sits in the edges of any good archive. How many days did the long twilight last above any given shore? Was there a Pacific Bay where a swirl of currents kept the water clearer and gave one lineage a head start it never relinquished? Did some line of small mosasaurs wait out the worst in an estuary and almost make it, their last bones dissolving under a chemistry that we have not modeled with enough fidelity to discover? In rocks you can hold, we have the outlines: glass, soot, shocked minerals, shells that stop. The details, how fear smelled on a wind that carried ember smoke out over a black sea. How a turtle paused in ash to feel for warmth under it before burying her eggs. How a fish at the surface mistook falling light for falling food and opened its mouth to die. These we reconstruct softly, as if speaking in a library. We leave that day the way its survivors did, by not noticing the exact moment when ordinary time resumed. You would know only later, looking back, that the ocean after was a different creature from the ocean before, less sure of its light, more crowded with chances. The inland sea's long haul had already been shrinking. The impact closed its doors for good. But the hush you hear now, in certain weather, is not wings leveling above water. It is the faint hiss of ancient glass, still falling in your imagination through a sky that went incandescent, that went black, that taught the sea to burn and then to forget, and left behind a thin, bruised line in clay where secrets curl like smoke and refuse, even now, to clear. Story 3. When the prehistoric seas ran green. The first thing would be the color. Not the blue, you know, not even the slate gray of a storm, but a sallow green that seems to glow from within, thick as if light itself were dissolving in the water. The wind off this Archean shoreline carries a smell that modern words don't quite hold. Metal shavings and struck matches, wet stone and something like rotten eggs. Your eyes prickle. The back of your throat tightens. Breathing feels like opening a door into a room where something invisible waits. You could stand here a minute, perhaps two, but you would not trust the third. Geology leaves ledges for those who will never meet the witnesses. In ironstone cliffs and shales folded like tired paper, the rocks keep repeating the same quiet fact. These seas were different. Before fish, before shells, before anything with a mouth, the world's oceans leaned green with dissolved iron and ran low on oxygen, a chemistry that favored microbes who learned to drink light without touching air. They paved tidal flats with mats. They thrived in coastal lagoons, and in certain basins they bloomed so densely that the water itself changed color. The lived reality is gone, but its receipts are still filed. Banded iron formations like corded bookshelves of rust, faint wrinkles where mats once puckered in the sun. Sulfur isotopes that carry a signature only possible under a sky without much ozone. We read the script and try to imagine the play. The story begins far back, when days were shorter and the moon tugged harder at the tides. Continents were small and scattered. Volcanoes painted the horizon with ash. The air held little oxygen, maybe traces, enough to rust a nail slowly, but not enough to feed a pair of lungs. Instead, there was carbon dioxide, methane, sulfur gases, a planetary soup that turned sunlight into a different recipe. Without an ozone shield, ultraviolet light cut down through the air like invisible rain. You would not last long here, not from the heat or cold, but from the chemistry of breath. The ocean took its cues from that sky. In darkness and in sunlight alike, it carried iron in a soluble, ferrous form, ready to react with any oxygen that dared survive long enough to reach it. When oxygen and iron met, they fell together as precipitate, painting the seafloor in alternating pages of red and grey. When they parted, the water went green again. Not every day. The ocean is not a single mood. Picture a coast with stromatolite domes rising from a briny flat, their surfaces laminated like the cross-section of a pastry. In morning light they glitter. Each ridge is a city of microbes. Filaments trap grains of sand, glue them down with sticky sugars, then climb through the dust to find the sun again. Give them an hour and they lay another film. Give them a lifetime and they build a reef. In the thin microlayers where they work, oxygen briefly climbs, a local weather made by life. It leaks into the air and is stolen by rocks and water almost at once, but for a while the mat keeps its own small sky. A human face pressed close might find a pocket gentle enough to take a shallow breath. Then the tide would turn and carry that comfort away. But not all light gatherers were the same. Some learned to use sulfide instead of water, drawing electrons from the poison itself. Purple and green sulfur bacteria divided the spectrum between them. They nested in layers where light was still usable, but oxygen had no vote. That depth, the chemocline, could sit frighteningly high in certain basins, well within the photic zone. If you had stood on a headland and looked down, you might have mistaken their swarms for shadows. If you had sailed through, your wake might have ripped a scar of different color that healed behind you in minutes. Here, oxygenated surface water lay like a thin window pane above hydrogen sulfide. Mix them with a brisk wind or a storm surge, and the sea could exhale a bite. The air would sting. The breath would falter. How do we know? Because the rocks go on saying it. Banded iron formations, those rhythmic alternations of rust red and charcoal grey, stack by the kilometre in ancient cratons. They are the quiet archive of reactions between dissolved iron and the first oxygen exhaled by tiny, tireless phototrophs. Where oxygen met ferrous iron, iron fell out of solution as ferric minerals, snowing to the bottom. Then oxygen faltered, or currents shifted, or life retreated from winter light, and the iron stayed dissolved until the next pulse of breath. Other pages preserve different signals. The biomarker ghosts of green sulfur bacteria in old shales, implying that sunlight met sulfide again and again. Sulfur isotopes bearing patterns that cannot form under a thick ozone canopy. Red beds on land arriving late, once oxygen finally learned to hold its ground. Each piece is a shard. Together, they sketch a world that would have looked back at you with strange colors. The lived world, though, is not written on a chart. Think instead about a shoreline at low tide. The exposed mats are slick and rubbery underfoot, a skin over mud that exhales softly. Little gas domes quiver and then pop. The odor is complicated, sweet in a way that means danger, mineral in a way your tongue insists on tasting. You squint against the glare, sensing heat even on a cool day, because the pigments drink sunlight that would otherwise have bounced away. On the horizon, water darkens to a mineral green no sailor's map would print. Birds do not wheel here. There are no birds. There are no shells clicking in the swash. Shells have not been invented. The silence is not empty, only pre-animal. If a wind shift drags the deep chemocline toward shore, the air can invent a new weather, sulfide vapors turning the metal taste into something more intimate. The first breath tingles. The second feels like standing behind an engine that was never built. Your vision narrows at the edges. Hydrogen sulfide slips where oxygen should go in your blood. It interrupts the machinery that turns breath into life. You step back, you step higher, you try to find an upwind that does not exist. These seas punish the idea that all coasts are invitations. They challenge a modern instinct that water means relief. The Great Oxidation did not arrive as a single sunrise. Oxygen came in pulses and plateaus, in regional oases and global stalls. There were whiffs long before the planet committed, moments when bands of rust tell us the breath quickened, followed by long silences where black shales returned to their dark work. A world this large does not flip a switch, it negotiates. Microbial communities learned to live with their own waste. Iron became scarce where oxygen held, shifting the ocean's economy. Sulfur learned new paths. The green faded in places. In others, deep waters remained sulfidic, storing poison out of sight until currents tugged it higher. For millions of years, blue and green coexisted, neighbors uneasy with one another's weather. Consider the risk of simply falling overboard. In a stratified basin with a high chemocline, a body sinking through the first few meters would pass out of breathable history into another chemistry. Down there, the water may be clear, but not friendly, a solvent carrying iron, ammonium, and sulfide. At concentrations no mammal has met. There would be no lifeguard's hand from the future. No gill plates turn toward you. There are no fish, no schools scatter, only dust-sized cells and long filaments drifting with slow convictions. If movement exists, it is the glide of density layers sliding past one another, the shuffle of molecules finding easier partners. The coastlines themselves were strange. Tidal ranges may have been dramatic beneath a closer moon, carving broad flats where mats ruled the geometry. Streams ran rusty after storms, dissolving iron that oxidized near the mouth, painting deltas orange and red. Lightning found the sea and wrote brief signatures across a chemistry eager to be changed. Weathered basalts salted the water with silica and metals. Under a methane-rich sky, sunsets might have gone copper. The world's color shifted warm, the ocean below receiving it like a lens. It is easy to forget how much of what we call normal is just an interval between other arrangements. We speak of these seas with confidence born in rocks, and yet the words keep slipping. Was the photic zone often euxinic, Or did that horror visit only certain restricted basins? Did mats make wide, reef-like provinces, or were they patchwork tapestries stitched between volcanic headlands? The evidence argues both ways. In some cores, pigment fossils pile up like signature ink. In others, iron formations give way to other chemistries. The archive reads as a conversation interrupted by weather and time. Mainstream reconstructions describe regional seas that turned green on a schedule set by currents and sill depths, the way the modern Black Sea holds poison beneath a blue surface. Stranger voices wonder whether whole continental margins could blush purple in late summer. Weather storms made breathless afternoons along shores with no animals to protest. Both pictures can be partly true. That is the difficulty. That is the allure. There are further edges to the map. Some imagine an atmosphere veiled by organic haze, a high photochemical scrim spun from methane that filtered the sun and cooled the light toward amber. If so, the seas beneath would have worn the sky like tinted glass. A green ocean under an orange dome, a theater where photosynthesis learned its first lines against different cues. Others point to lakes that now and then went fully anoxic to the surface, suffocating in a single night's overturn. These are not fantasies. We have modern, mercifully smaller analogues. There are towns that wake to a sulfur smell after an upwelling, fish kills that carpet bays when layers mix, lakes that burp gas and unmake a village. Scale those events by geologic time and remove the witnesses. That was the risk. For all the danger, there was a tenderness to the way life learned its choreography. Imagine a storm withdrawing, leaving tide pools that steam in the sun. Within minutes, mats rehydrate and return to their equations. A gust peels away a thin veil of sulfide, and for a hot beat, the oxygen in those films rises a little higher. Tiny iron crystals precipitate like cinnamon dust on milk. In the evening, as the angle of light changes, pigments we do not have names for switch on, tuned to wavelengths that barely reach the bottom of a shallow pool. The next morning, the same. You would not have a place here. Even on your best day, with a mask and a tank, your gear is built for a different ocean. The tank carries modern sky. The mask keeps splashes from your eyes. But your skin still meets the air whose chemistry does not want you, and your expectations still look for animal company that has not yet evolved. You stand alone at the edge of a world that has no use for vertebrae. The only comfort is rhythm. Tide in, tide out. Day short, night long. Bands of iron stacking with a patience that makes culture look like weather. And yet it is this same dangerous chemistry that opens the door for everything that follows. Oxygen wastes into the sky until it becomes a habit. Iron leaves the water and hides in rocks. Sulfide retreats to deeper layers. The green fades toward blue. The mats keep breathing. Later, much later, animals arrive and discover that swimming is a way of falling without ever hitting bottom. Shells learn to armor the soft. Jaws mistake everything for food. On some future beach, a child looks at the water and thinks of summer, not of poison. The ledger has turned a page. But sometimes, in a core split open under fluorescent lights, the old colors return. A strip of black shale smells faintly of a lab accident. A red-gray banded iron shines like the cross-section of a rusted bell. Instruments read ancient molecules that once caught photons in a purple sea, and sulfur isotopes that remember a sky without protection. There are reports today of coastal upwellings that burp sulfide into fishing towns, of lakes that turn over and suffocate everything near their shores. A hint that the old ocean is not gone, only constrained. The rocks are not just history, They are a warning written in patient ink. If you were to stand again on that green shore and calculate your chance, you would ask practical questions science cannot fully answer. How high did the sulfide climb on hot afternoons? How often did the breeze carry the wrong weather inland? Did the chemocline rise and fall with the moon, making night walks safer or worse? Could you find a pocket where mats had pumped enough oxygen to sweeten the air by a breath? And would that breath be enough? The rocks nod without speaking. What they offer is probability, not comfort. The sea keeps its color a moment longer, and the wind shifts in a way that feels like memory, though you have none to match it. You take one more breath to test the air and learn nothing final at all. Story 4. The Basilosaurus and the first red ocean of whales. From standing on that green shore with questions that couldn't be answered by wind or rock, we follow the water forward. The pigments that once stained whole basins, those purples and emeralds born of low oxygen and strange bacteria, fade with time and tide. Oxygen returns, the sky steadies, currents reorganize the world. But if you are looking for safety in that blue, it will disappoint you. The chemistry becomes kinder. The rules do not. What replaced the old toxins was speed, teeth, and a new kind of breath. In the Eocene, the seas ran warm under a greenhouse sky, continents still unsettled into their modern places, and shallow arms of the Tethys reached into what is now North Africa, the Middle East, and the American Gulf Coast. Mangrove-fringed lagoons, broad continental shelves, and quiet embayments were nurseries for sirenians and young whales. They were also feeding grounds for something long, sinuous, and newly confident. This is where whales took the ocean from the reptiles and the great fish, and began hunting one another. Basilosaurus is a name with a misdirection baked into it. The first bones, dragged from Alabama clays in the 1830s, seemed like the remains of a sea serpent, and the teeth looked too reptilian for comfort. King Lizard, someone declared, and the label stuck by the law of priority, even after the mistake was admitted. Later, when the desert of Egypt yielded skeleton upon skeleton in a place now called Wadi al-Hitan, the Valley of the Whales, the confusion vanished. The vertebrae were unmistakably mammalian. The skull hinged like a whale's. The ear bones thickened in a way only whales possess. Basilosaurus was not a lizard. It was a whale built like a whip. Picture the body almost serpentine, vertebrae drawn out into a series of long cylinders that together made a living lance 15 meters or more from head to tail. The head itself was narrow but powerful, lined with heterodont teeth, incisors for gripping, premolars and molars with cutting edges that interlocked like shears. It swam with an undulating spine rather than the stiff, piston-driven kick of later whales, and it likely had a fluke at the end of the tail, even if it was not yet the broad crescent of modern cetaceans. And there were legs, tiny ones, vestigial hind limbs, complete with kneecaps and little toes, too small to push water, but perfectly positioned as claspers during mating. They are a double punctuation mark in the fossil record, proof of ancestry, and a reminder that evolution is not a ladder, but a series of negotiated compromises. If you want to know what it did, you do not have to imagine everything. The sands at Wadi al-Hitan give you scenes. Dorudon calves, smaller archaeocetes, perhaps 5 meters long, lie preserved with gouges on their skulls and along their necks. the spacing of the wounds matching Basilosaurus teeth like a key slips into a lock. Some skeletons retain stomach contents, fish bones, shark teeth, and in a few cases fragments of small whales. On one hillside, the ratio of juvenile bones to adults is skewed like a nursery breached by raiders. You don't need an artist to render the water red. The fossils do it without color. Basilosaurus hunted where vision still worked in the sunlight zone, over warm shelves, in passages between reefs, along the drop-off where schools tightened into silver rivers and the young, inexperienced mammals kept close to their mothers. Its elongated body would have been less efficient at explosive sprinting than the torpedoes that came later. But that same length gives you leverage, turning power slowly into speed and speed into inevitability. Imagine the ambush in 3 parts. First, a shadow that doesn't seem to bend like a fish. Second, the sudden burst from below, the jaw opening wider than feels reasonable, teeth aligned to scissor rather than pierce. Third, the quiet afterward, bubbles rising, the calves separated from their mothers long enough for the ocean to do the rest. The ears of these whales are a study in purpose. Deep within the skull, the bony capsules surrounding the inner ear are thick and dense, set apart from the rest of the head to isolate sound. In the lower jaw, a thin, pan-like section would have admitted vibrations conducted through a fat pad, funneling them to the inner ear with accuracy. They were building a new sense, directional hearing underwater, long before their descendants learned to throw out pulses and listen for echoes. Did Basilosaurus echolocate? The skull says no. No telescoping of the face, no asymmetric architecture to support a high-powered sonar system, no melon to shape beams. It probably heard as a hunter hears in daylight, triangulating splashes, feeling the footfalls of other lives in the water. At dusk, perhaps it listened for the consolidated whispers of schooling fish. If it moved at night, it did so with patience and a familiarity you only get by living in one place, long enough to learn where the channels turn. The social life is harder to read. A scattering of skeletons on a single hillside could be a herd, a pod, a feeding aggregation, or the patient work of a coastline nudging bones into proximity over years. The bite-marked calves in Egypt suggest hunting where family groups gathered, which means the hunter either followed them or knew they would come by as reliably as a season. Did Basilosaurus hunt alone like a tiger sliding through reeds, or did it move in loosely coordinated lines, cutting calves from the edges? There is no calligraphy preserved in shale to prove it one way or another. The only writing is in the dents on bone. Elsewhere, across what would become the American Gulf states, another species, Basilosaurus setoides, left vertebrae big enough to build fences from and skulls that ended up as curiosities in antebellum parlors. The ocean there was a different branch of the same warm system, a flooded lowland rich in reefs and bars and quiet bays. There were sirenians grazing, turtles gliding, and arrayed among them sharks with serrated smiles. The predator guild was crowded. Any given carcass could attract a court. Basilosaurus first, a shark or two arriving before the blood diffused, smaller scavengers drifting in on the smell. Which was master depended on timing, size, and the geometry of the initial bite. A whale that grabbed a calf by the head and crushed the brain case ended arguments quickly. A whale that misjudged and tore at a flank might find itself flanked. If this was the first red ocean of whales, it was not only because a whale was killing whales. It was because the architecture of the sea was shifting around them. On land, earlier relatives, wolf-sized forms that waded and swam, still looked backward, delivering their young head first on beaches as a compromise between two worlds. In the water, protocetids and doroodontines explored the range of bodies a mammal could borrow from the physics of brine. And then came the basilosaurids, fully aquatic, committed. The nostrils crept up the snout. The ankles lost their weight-bearing pretense. The spine learned a new grammar. The ocean did not require them to be kind. It required them to be competent. Eocene climate gave them help. The poles were forested, the temperature gradient from equator to pole shallow, and storm tracks wandered without the rigid fences that cold water throws up. In such a world, migration could be leisurely, ranges broad. There is a comfort in imagining Basilosaurus cruising warm currents that touched 2 future continents in a single season, following fish and the pulse of breeding grounds. There is another version, more local, more territorial, in which individuals learned a bay as intimately as a leopard learns a hill and returned to it until death. Both fit the pattern of fossils. Neither can be proven. The Eocene ocean shrugs like the earlier Green Sea did. It offers pattern, not confession. What did the water sound like when a Basilosaurus breached the quiet? Not the cannon shot of a modern whale throwing half its body into the air. That requires a different geometry. Think instead of a heavy, deliberate presence rolling just below the surface, the rostrum slicing through chop, the exhale a wet exclamation. The spout would have been lower, closer to the snout than the crown, and the breath would have smelled of fish, oil, and the iron tang that gets into everything in a predator's life. If you were in the water then, your first warning would not be sight, but a change in the pattern of waves, the way the small oscillations begin to look organized, as if something were combing them with a fine-toothed instrument from beneath. The premolars of Basilosaurus are edged with crenulations that turn flesh into strips with a shake of the head. Some of the Doroododan skulls carry marks in pairs where the lower teeth held while the upper did the work. Others show a single catastrophic fracture, a face remodeled in a second. The repetition is chilling. Calf skull, calf skull, calf skull. You can build a statistic from it, and people have juveniles died disproportionately. But a statistic is a shadow. The reality was a mother feeling a sudden absence beside her flank. In water, she thought she understood. Predators like this do not last forever. At the edge of the Eocene, something colder pressed into the climate. Ice found a toehold, and the circulatory system of the planet rerouted. New whales arrived with new solutions. Some developed sonar and the cranial scaffolding to sing with beams. Some embraced the opposite strategy and grew wide mouths to sift life from the very water. The ruler's baton passed along the lineage, not away from it. Basilosaurus did not fail so much as it became a previous draft. The ocean kept the parts it liked: ears built for direction, a spine that moves power to the tail, and revised others for conditions the Eocene never demanded. There are fringe possibilities we turn over because mystery invites it. Could Basilosaurus, despite its skull, have used a crude form of echolocation, broad, low-frequency booms that helped it keep track of shore and herd? Unlikely, but low certainty shadows that word. Did the tiny hind limbs carry scent glands for courtship, touching bodies together in motions more lizard-like than mammalian? The bones allow such speculation. The soft tissue refuses to answer. Was there a social structure, loose and temporary, that met at predictable places in the warm season? Mothers and calves in the shallows, males patrolling the channels, so that the first great whale conflict was also the first people of the sea learning each other with the intimacy only predators and parents share. You can almost see it in the distribution of bones. almost. And there are hauntings of a different kind. Wadi al-Hitan's skeletons lay in creams and ochres, but the iron in the desert rock and the iron in our metaphors push toward the same image. The Eocene water there would not have been literally red except in moments. Yet, when you walk the trails between the exposed vertebrae and stare down into the curve of a fossil rib cage big enough to sit in, the mind supplies color. It doesn't do this out of a love for gore. It does it because blood is the most efficient way we know to explain the suddenness of an event that removes a life from a place it was safe a second before. We use red to mark rules. If you were to swim this sea and survive the first hour of heat, glare, and motion, you would learn quickly where not to fix your gaze. To look only at the surface is to trust the reflections your own body throws back. To look only into the blue is to pretend that blue is empty rather than full of directions. The way forward is sideways. A constant watch on your periphery, a sense for how things arrange themselves when they are about to change. Fish scatter in a shape that means nothing to you until it means everything. A shadow that is too long to be a shark moves like a thought you didn't intend to have. Your lungs remind you that air is finite, but so is time. You do not need to see the teeth to understand the sequence. First, the water goes quiet. Then it learns a new sound. Even the end of Basilosaurus is not an ending so much as a release into forms with different answers. The Oligocene sharpens, currents strengthen, and the players revise their roles. But the Eocene leaves a question like a pressure mark. How does a lineage that began on land, listening for the snapping of twigs and the rush of river water, teach itself to read the library of a sea so quickly? How many failures are buried that we will never find because the bones were too few or the currents had no mercy? Did they sing in low voices we have not yet learned to decode from the shape of an ear? Did mothers grieve in ways only their kind could understand when the red current took a calf? Somewhere between the green seas and our own, the ocean traded one kind of danger for another, and the ledger stayed balanced. You can put your hand on a Basilosaurus vertebra in the desert and feel the polish of sand on bone, the work of long winds. You can trace the bite marks with a fingertip and measure the distance between them, and the numbers will match what the books say. But measurements will not tell you whether the hunter patrolled alone or moved in shadow with others, whether it liked the hour before dawn or the white blaze of afternoon, whether it circled a kill twice out of caution or out of habit. The past is generous with artifacts and stingy with habits. We can say the ocean found a new master. We cannot say how he dreamed. Somewhere out beyond the sand, where that ancient bay once opened to deeper water, the light would have silvered the chop in the late day wind. A mother and calf would have drifted, breathing in paired sighs, the calf's skin still soft and marked by lines where fetal folds once were. Nothing around them would have looked different from the minute before. But beneath and slightly to the north, something long and practiced would have turned on its axis and risen into the space between them with the inevitability of a tide. The first red ocean of whales wasn't a single event or a single day. It was a way the sea learned to speak a new language without changing its meaning. And if you listen hard enough, in the quiet between waves, you might hear an echo of it even now, a lesson written in bone and water, precise in its violence, silent about everything else. Story 5. The sea scorpions at the margin. From the red language of whales and the clean, surgical violence we just left behind, the coast seems like a refuge. Shallows that look honest in the light, sandbars that promise footing, a place where the tide spreads itself thin and the horizon steadies. But the sea keeps its meanings even when it changes its words. Before the Eocene learned to write in teeth and breath, long before mothers and calves drifted in paired size, there were margins where the water throttled itself into inlets and flats, where the air smelled like rot and salt, and the hunters came armored and silent. If you walk there in your mind at dusk, you will feel the ground tremble with what the wind cannot lift. The shoreline is not safer. It never was. They called them sea scorpions because names look for anchors in what we already know. Eurypterids were not scorpions. They were chelicerates like the horseshoe crab, jointed, low, with a visor of eyes and mouth parts that worked inward like gears. Some were hand-sized, ghosting under reeds in brackish creeks. Others stretched longer than a person, oar-limbed and heavy, the shell of their thorax textured with tiny ridges that turned their bodies into instruments for sensing currents. They prowled tidal flats and estuarine embayments from the Ordovician into the Permian, a dynasty measured not only in ages, but in shorelines. Lagoons rimmed with microbial mats, salt pans crusted white, channels that dissolved and reformed with every storm. The sea thinned here, but its rules thickened. What survives of them is not their plans, but their leavings. There are thin, papery cuticles shed like translucent armor after a molt, piled in drifts inside old lagoon mouths, the way autumn gathers in corners. There are trackways cross-hatched on ancient mud, the palm prints of paddles, and the neat march of walking legs traced with a clarity that makes you feel watched by a creature already gone. Some of those trails, called palmicnium, keep a record of hesitation and speed you can almost hear. The alternating slaps of oar-like appendages pushing against water, the scrape of a tail spike drawn along the bottom like a finger in wet flour. In a few, the dragline ends abruptly, where ripple marks steepen, as if the animal stepped out into depth it did not expect. In others, smaller prints crowd larger ones until there is only churn, a frenzy written on a beach that hardened fast. We can count spines and measure scapular plates in those molted shells. We can set calipers on the serrations of paddles and sketch how the segments locked and released, how muscles must have fanned from attachment scars like the ribs of a sail. We can point to the big-shouldered pterygotids, fast, sleek, whose claws carried serrated edges as if carved with a butcher's sense for tissue. We can trace the broad-bodied sweepers, the ones with garden rake forelimbs that ploughed through muck to stir buried prey. We can arrange them as diagrams, as families, as silhouettes on a museum wall, and put their names in sober fonts. But we cannot say if a larger one would have stalked you in silence or clicked audibly when it turned. We do not know if their tails delivered venom, if the tip did more than pierce and steer. The telson in some species ends in a stylus, in others a blade or spine. It looks like a weapon because our minds insist on sequence, form, function, strike. But there are no grooves for a channel, no preserved sacs, only a geometry that invites fear. If they were toxic, the poison kept faith with their secret. It did not fossilize. The places that hold them best are places that were briefly perfect for dying. In certain Silurian strata once mapped as waterlime, a mat of microbes turned the mud cohesive and the chemistry turned hostile. A sudden influx of hypersaline brine sneaked into a quiet embayment and lay there heavier than the water above, invisible and absolute. Fish that swam down into it suffocated with gills full of the wrong answer. Eurypterids that molted in it, their shells soft and their joints vulnerable, found that they could not climb out quickly enough when the night breeze pushed the surface layer aside and the dense underlayer slopped upward like a sheet. The tide could kill without lifting a wave. When storms came, they scoured the flats and pressed animals into corners, delivered a panorama of wrong place, wrong time onto the same surface. The result is a death assemblage organized by physics. Bodies aligned like compass needles by wind-driven water. Exuvia collapsed in on themselves. Trackways that start clean and end in smears. Imagine the margin itself. You step into water that barely reaches your knees. It is turbid with suspended silt, and somewhere out beyond the sandbar, a storm from last night is still rearranging your day. The bottom is not uniform. Here, it is firm, crinkled by microbial carpets that make it crusty to the touch. There, it liquefies into soup where your foot sinks and the sand climbs your ankle. The smell is a mix of iodine, ferment, and something metallic you can't place. Small fish skitter along the surface like a rumor, then vanish with the first shadow. On the ground beneath you, ripples travel like an animal, slow and periodic, and then something breaks that smoothness with intent. Two parallel lines set the width of a human stride apart, splaying slightly, each pressed with a comb's worth of serrations. Planted between them at intervals are sets of 6 dainty pinpoints that stagger like a careful dance. At the center, when the water clears for a heartbeat, you see the single, quiet furrow of a tail drawn lightly to steer. If you could follow one of those trails out across the flats, you would learn that their hunting did not need speed. A eurypterid could lie buried with only its visor-like carapace and eyes above the film, its armor tuned to pressure like a drumhead, reading the low language of wakes and footfalls. When something moved, the animal rose with the discipline of a door and drove forward on 6 walking legs while the oars bit sideways for leverage. The paddles were not just for swimming. Their edges were saw-toothed, and the water they pushed through became a knife. The mouth was not a simple opening. Around it were gnathobases, basal segments lined with coarse teeth, so that feeding was a grinding act done by walking limbs. Anything soft was raked inward and macerated as the animal moved. If you think you would survive because you can run in shin-deep water, remember what moving water does to knees, how it drags at tendons and insists you misstep. Remember that the shoreline flattens sound so everything seems further away right before it is next to you. There are scenes you can stage from evidence. A giant form, there were giants, 2.5 meters of plated patience, haunts the delta lobe of a river as the tide reverses. Fresh water dilutes salt water, and then the sea pushes back, setting up squalls inside the water you cannot see. Jawless fish nosing along the margin lose their angle. The eurypterid slides forward on the edge of a channel, the curve of its carapace catching eddies in the way a hand finds a pulse. It makes a half circle to keep the prey between its paddle and the bank, then cuts across the shallows before the fish can decide between 2 equally poor choices: jump onto land or onto serration. It ends not with a bite, but with a rake, with the body of the fish pulled against the walking legs and shredded by motion itself. But there are also scenes that resist staging because our props are not complete. Why do so many trackways show a careful, heel-to-toe precision that looks like ritual? Did they come onto damp sand to mate, their bodies held up by water as thin as breath, their tails dragging delicate grooves behind them like signatures? The horseshoe crab does this now, under certain moons. It piles onto beaches in numbers that turn the shore into an instrument that hums underfoot. Were there nights in the Silurian when the flats glittered with armor and the air stank of old salt and new eggs. When the vulnerable poured into one place because the future required it, the fossil record keeps a straight face. It gives us parallel furrows that fan into chaos, then stop. And it gives us beds full of empty suits of armor where a generation shrugged out of itself at once. Both look like gatherings. Neither says why. When people first found those giant trails in stone, two ladder-like lines bent gently with the roll of ancient ripples, some argued they were plants dragged by current or the marks of a log in flood. It was safer to look away from a world where the land itself had been crossed by something that belonged more to water. But a few tracks preserved the press of individual limbs, the print of a paddle with its scalloped edge, and at the center, a keel line that wobbles when the animal's body swayed. One famous trackway runs across what was once a delta plain before it meets the trace of a deeper channel and vanishes. The image is quiet, a path that stops where the bottom drops, as if even the giant hesitated. Or perhaps that is merely where it slipped into the brine layer that had crept up the channel and met it like a glass door. We can only read so far before the page becomes blank. The noble thing about speculation is that it admits its own edges. The dangerous thing is how right it feels when the facts are few. And there are edges everywhere. How long could a Eurypterid stay out of water? The presence of trackways on surfaces textured by subaerial drying cracks tells a story that reaches onto land, at least briefly. But did their gills collapse in air like wet pages? Or did they, like horseshoe crabs, use a film of water to keep the book open? Did they aim for the slick shine of outgoing tide where every step prints a promise of return? The shields of their heads carry spines and ridges that feel both decorative and defensive. Which was it? Did females grow broader to carry eggs? And if so, are the wide-bodied forms we sometimes find the mothers of beaches we cannot see? A fossilized clutch born against the underside of one, caught mid-season by a sudden change in water chemistry, would answer questions in a single glance. The rock withholds it. Even the storms that haunted their world complicate us. We think of being taken by a wave as a singular event, an athlete of water raising its arm. On a tidal flat, the thread is slower and more architectural. Wind stacks water in the bay and then lets it fall. A low barometric pressure loosens the grip of gravity on a column of sea by a few centimeters. Fetch builds chop that milks sand into suspension and carries it as a moving fog along the bottom. A human stands in that and feels tall. A Eurypterid feels the synoptic picture in its armor. A line of them can position along a bank so that the surge brings food to their mouthparts like a conveyor. It is not the battering that kills you here. It is how the environment offers you politely to the tools that are already waiting. If you think then of survival, of your ankles, of the safe return to your towel on a rock, remember what those paddles could do in cramped water. The appendage that looks like an oar was also a blade for bracing, a shovel for burying, a snowplow for living silt. The serrations, small, regular, almost pretty, would give purchase on anything soft. Recall that the mouth chewed with legs. To be caught meant to be walked upon in a way that converted your body into smaller arguments. Remember that you would not drown in the sense you know. You would be pulled through densities and chemistries that your lungs wouldn't read properly, your muscles pushed into decisions the bottom would not support. The shoreline would not defend you by shortening the field. It would betray you by pretending to be a field at all. You can leave the scene now if you want. Let the tide come in over the trackways and blur them. Let the microbial film grow again on the flat, glossing the story until it looks like nothing happened. In a different season, a different wind tips the brine layer back into its channel, and the bay becomes generous again. Jawless fishes cruise. A small Eurypterid drifts in the pooled warmth at noon, the facets of its eyes glittering like solder. Somewhere further out, lightning touches the water and turns the surface white for an instant, as if the sky is trying to read what the mud has written. By morning, the prints will harden. By noon, they will fracture. A week later, a storm will tear them away. 100 million years later, someone will lift a slab and see a trail cross a ripple and stop where the bottom drops. They will trace it with a finger and feel the drag of a tail that almost shook as the animal turned. The question you cannot leave behind is the one about their sting. Our words gave them a family they did not ask for: scorpion. It is too easy to picture the tail plunged forward as it does in the desert's night. The telson of a Eurypterid is a different instrument, sometimes needle, sometimes paddle, sometimes blade. The muscle scars suggest control, articulation, finesse. Was it rudder, awl, metronome? If a drop of chemistry belonged there, it left no trace, which is the most perfect defense a poison can have. Maybe it was enough that the threat existed in our heads, and in the heads of anything then with a head. Maybe function hides behind shape like a hunter behind a reed bed. When you walk the flats and tell yourself that knowing the field makes you safe, you are relying on a kind of venom of your own. The conviction that what you cannot prove is not real. So the margin waits. An ancient place, always close, always in the mind's late afternoon. The water is at your shins. The surface is ruffled like the skin of something alive. Far out, a bar darkens with the turn of the tide. On the bottom, a line begins. 2 rails and a furrow threading between shell fragments and the abortive casts of burrows. You could go where it leads and learn nothing final. You could stand still and be wrong. There are no lifeguards here, only rules the sea writes for itself. The neat letters of armor we can read only after it leaves. And under a certain moon, if there was such a night, the shore might have vibrated with bodies and the low hiss of plates sliding over plates as they came ashore for reasons the rock will not share. We are good at stories. They were better at leaving marks. Somewhere under the new scum of every tide, the old handwriting shows through for a moment and then is gone, and you are left with the impression of movement moving away, and a quiet question the shore never answers. When the water thinned, who truly owned the ground beneath your feet? Story 6. The inland sea that swallowed a continent. From a strand line where armor wrote its own cursive and the tide made its private laws, we step outward, past the hiss of plates and the frail confidence of ankles in the swash, until the ground gives way to a memory the continent still carries in its bones. The shore dissolves, then multiples. The bar on the horizon becomes a chain of bars, then a procession of islands, and then the whole middle of the land is water. Warm as a breath and shallow enough that sunlight keeps its grip. Rules change here too. They are written not in footprints that the next tide erases, but in chalk that the cliffs will keep, in a handwriting so steady you can read it with your fingertips. The quiet question from the margin follows you, and the answer is not comforting. When the water thinned, the ground belonged to many things, until the water did not thin at all, and the ground was simply gone. They call it the Western Interior Seaway, and the name is almost modest for what it did. In the mid-Cretaceous, North America broke into two long islands, a western spine of young mountains and volcanic highlands, and an eastern low country rolling to a far shore. Between them lay a tropical corridor stretching from the equator's storms to the chill latitudes of the north, a sea with a continental heartbeat. It spread wide and shallow over plains of mud and ooids, over forests drowned in place, over the old channels of rivers that kept trying to remind the sea of where they had run. In calm weather, the water was a mercury sheet ruffled by afternoon winds. In storms, it heaved as if remembering that it had been invited in, not born here. It left its signature not only in faceted shells and the elegant mathematics of ripple beds, but in entire cliffs of coccolith plates, chalk stacked like snowfall that forgot how to melt. If you were there in one of the long warm years, you might have seen land only as a smudge, ranks of barrier islands, mangrove-like thickets in quiet embayments, creeks that tasted of both salt and silt. Flat-crested waves ran long distances, bottom drag whispering in their bellies because the bottom was never far. Visibility was a paradox. In fair weather, the water was glassy with suspended light, and a body here cast a shadow you could read like a sundial on the sand. After storm bursts, the surface turned opal with torn plankton and fine clay, a curtain that hid everything and nothing at once. The worst danger was not depth. It was the fact that you were outlined, measured, solved. Food webs were drafted with efficiency. Above the water, long-winged pterosaurs, light as emptiness and big as doorways, circled the highway, while toothed birds cut short arcs and slipped under like thrown knives. Beneath, the column belonged to reptiles newly at home in a buoyant realm. Mosasaurs, their tails deepened into sculling blades and their jaws hinged for unkind geometry, patrolled the open tracts. Not far from shore, long-snouted crocodiliforms haunted river mouths and the back barrier lagoons, waiting for something to pass over the silt within the reach of their sudden right angles. Plesiosaurs, some with necks so extended their heads seemed to be separate animals, grazed the mid-water for schools of fish and cephalopods, their bodies heavy with stomach stones that turned them into living plumb bobs. Sharks stitched it all together, their design already efficient, their teeth already permanent. Because the sea was shallow, it kept secrets badly. One of the inland ocean's most revealing habits was to bury its business gently, in layers fine enough to record the impression of a last twitch. That is why so much of what we know reads like frank confession. A fish with another fish inside it, jaws still open around a mistake that was longer than wisdom. A shark tooth left in bone like a signature. A nest of small vertebrae, something young, that never spread far enough to be a trail. Coprolites, stainless in their honesty, packed with scales and tooth chips. Sometimes they glitter where they break, a party of tiny knives glued into feces and time. Chalk remembers other things too. The sudden, quiet stacks of carcasses, fish laid like cards as if the dealer had lost interest, hinting that the water, for a day or a week, stopped carrying oxygen to the places that needed it most. Seaway had its own weather alphabet. In the open reaches, storms ran for 1,000 kilometers and arrived with swell before they announced themselves with cloud. Their downdrafts pushed new water into old, and the difference, salty, warm in one layer, fresher or cooler in another, made the column stratify. When a front passed, the layers sometimes folded together, lifting the still layer from below where bacteria had quietly been subtracting oxygen. The result could be an invisible cliff of poison laid across the path of a school that knew only forward. We see the moments when forward ended, when mouths stayed open to drink water that did not give anything back, and bodies fell with the dignity of leaves. Theories branch here. Some speak of red tides and blooms that soaked the surface with toxins. Others blame heat itself running too long at noon. Still others blame the pulse of distant volcanoes, the sulfur of entire mountains briefly joining the sea. The rock does not name culprits, it just lists outcomes. Not everything here died by accident. Imagine the clear morning path of a diving bird cutting diagonals through the skin of the water. Its bones are dense, its feathers slicked with oil, its legs set far back like oars. It is a creature that has told its skeleton what it wants to do and then obeyed. It drives down, feet pulsing, wings pressed, head spearing the school that flashes like a galaxy, trying to decide which way to rotate. From below, something adjusts its glide. Plate carpus, sleek, with eyes like glossy coins, shifts its tail so the blade bites. Its jaws are an expression of purpose, teeth recurved, palatal battery ready to walk prey into its throat. The moment is over, even as we narrate it. We know it happened because we have seen the arithmetic in stomachs. In one long carcass, a lattice of bird bones lies inside the ribs, delicate curves still nested. In others, turtle plates. In others, the tails of other mosasaurs like lines drawn quickly with charcoal. The chalk does not dramatize, it inventories. Some hunters were blunt instruments. Plesiosaurus, wide-jawed and long, carried at the front of its snout a battering prow. The skull alone was nearly as long as a man, a promise that impact came first and teeth came second. Bite marks in ammonites, in fish, in other mosasaurs align with its dental spacing like teeth-trying keys. Crushed thoraxes suggest that prey learned about force before they learned about the mouth behind it. Sharks, Squalicerax, the crow shark, with knives set in gums that healed quickly, left their signature everywhere, mundane and terrible. Their tooth marks scalloped turtle shells. They raked dinosaur bones washed far out from river mouths. They pocked the vertebrae of reptiles that swam well enough to consider themselves exempt. Scavenger or hunter, the crow shark did not bother to differentiate. In this water, everything eventually lay still. Currents do not fossilize, but their consequences do. The seaway was a long hallway with doors at both ends, and the drafts that moved through it changed with season, with the tilt of the planet's axis, with the mood of distant trade winds. Sometimes the exchange favored a northbound river of warmth, sometimes a southbound vein of chill and nutrients. We read these migrations in the changing cast of ammonites, in the shape of their shells as they experimented with coils and spikes that might cheat the hydrodynamics, in the sudden commonness of a shark whose range we had thought different. Hummocky cross-stratification, the soft, nested ripples that storm waves carve. Tilts one way in one set of beds and the opposite way in others, as if you are looking at the exact same sand being asked to remember two kinds of wind. In places, entire log rafts petrified where they came to rest, barnacled in clam colonies, then buried. The logs were a habitat and a highway, carrying beetles, seeds, and tiny freshwater turtles out to a horizon where predators had not been expecting wood. The margins were theatre. Along drowned shorelines, estuaries widened and braided into meshed fingers. Here, the water went brackish and green, and a different danger waited with its eyes at water level. Deinosuchus, as wide as a truck and as long as rumour, claimed these mouths. You can see its work in the armour of turtles cut like lozenges from a pastry, in dinosaur bones with punches the size of fists. It swallowed stones too, either for ballast or to remind its stomach that work remained. On certain flood tides, juvenile marine reptiles came here, small and hopeful. Some things give birth where the water still feels like the place they came from. A plesiosaur mother has told us this without realizing it. Found heavy with the bones of an unborn single large young, a strategy toward raising one offspring well, rather than a scatter of many to be corrected by loss. Mosasaurs also birthed live, and whether they did so offshore in floating nurseries or tucked into quiet bays, the result is the same. Beds where small vertebrae concentrate, jaws that are not yet the complete equations their parents carried, tooth crowns that have only begun to declare their intentions. You can sketch the hunting strategies in negative space. Schools vanish where ambush angles would be strongest, in the places deep enough to hide a patient curve of muscle. Plankton blooms thicken where currents meet in lingering eddies, drawing filter feeders, and then the bodies that like to turn such gatherings into opportunities. Along the lee of offshore bars, the sand is clean, and buried under it you find the sudden, violent signatures of something feeding fast. Beheaded fish whose skulls are missing, but whose bodies are still articulated, as though a blade moved through and took only the first important segment. Who owned that blade? There are candidates and there are arguments, and the chalk stays silent as usual about modern taxonomy. It would be tempting to imagine this corridor as safe for a swimmer because the bottom lay near. But the nearness of bottom was another kind of exposure. With nothing to interrupt it, light patterned everything. Silhouettes were crisp, and the predators were instruments used to reading. A mosasaur could fix the outline of a turtle and compute the curve it needed to intercept. A shark, cruising with thresher-slow confidence, could watch a smudge of fish aggregate over a patch of darker shell hash and know it was time to lift a few inches and accelerate. The water served as a listening device for movement. Even your most cautious fin flick was an announcement. You were always against a background that made you legible. Sometimes the seaway spoke in catastrophes we can name. Meteoric dust settled briefly into its skin. Distant mountain chains breathed ash, and the flotillas of glass needles from those breaths rained into the column, irritating gills, collapsing filters, waiting wings. A storm chewed a barrier island and fed the pieces into an inlet, where a channel migrated in a single season 100 meters left, taking a nursie by surprise. Other times, the speech was slow. 1,000,000 years of high sun that pushed the shoreline inland grain by grain. 1,000,000 years of faint cooling that encouraged oxygen to reach farther below and changed who could sleep on the bottom. The result, either way, is the same cliff, the same white ledger. Because this sea refuses to keep its secrets, we can read oddities that breed theories. A cluster of small mosasaur teeth in a pile of turtle shell has led some to imagine cooperative feeding. Others see simple coincidence in a carcass that floated long enough to host several independent meals. Bite marks on the smooth inner surfaces of ammonite chambers suggest deliberate breaking to reach the good parts, but whose bite is the signature? The spacing points to mosasaurs, and yet sharks also demonstrate the same geometry when they desire it. In one spectacular fish, a long-bodied predator lies with another nearly its own length fully inside, arranged like a sword in a sheath. The inner fish too complete, too calm, for any story that ends well. Did the devourer die of its own success? Was this gluttony disciplined by physics? We do not lack for narratives. We lack the ability to watch. When the water connected fully to the south, animals with tropical patience rode warmth into latitudes where summer hung longer. When the northern door stood wide and cold brined the interior, different communities came and went. Some beds bloom with elegant inoceramids, bivalves as big as tables, their shells growing in slow, confident arcs, only to wink out in a layer or two as if offended by a change the sand cannot quite describe. Above those, the slick carbon film of algae builds and builds, and the fish begin to be fewer and set in piles. Then, oxygen returns, and the ledger resets. The rhythm hints at a heartbeat, but whether it was planetary, local, or both is the kind of question that makes geologists sit longer than they meant to with their eyes closed, reconstructing winds they will never feel. If you picture yourself swimming here, even with the calm of a modern wetsuit and the assurance of air on your back, it is that visibility that undoes you. You cannot be still. Stillness is a line around which everything else writes itself. Move, and you write more loudly. Your bubbles capitulate to the ceiling and point to you like a series of small white arrows. Your shadow passes over the backscatter, telegraphing your outline to anyone who can read negative space. The decomposed bones of shell ridges on the floor reflect light as bright flecks. When those flecks go dark in unison, something has passed over them. You might feel a pressure change before you feel contact, a small draw in the water as something big redistributes what the column must carry. If you turn fast enough, you see only ordinary water and your own breath receding. The ending of the seaway is itself a story that reveals how seas do business with continents. Mountains rose, bulking the west and tilting the shelf until water began to run out with more insistence than it ran in. Rivers cut new corridors and filled old ones, forgiving the land for its surrender and restoring what had been taken, but not in the same order. The bar on the horizon became again a bar. The islands nested like birds in a tree, where previously there had been nothing to hold them. The chalk dried into a high, pale country where the afternoon sun makes the illusion of water on the distance. Hunters left the sea, or were replaced by new hunters who learned different atmospheres, and birds kept doing the same patient work, which is to move effortlessly at the interface between media. Yet the old handwriting persists. In a Kansas quarry, you can stand inside the long mouth of a mosasaur so reconstructed that a child recognizes the joke of being swallowed. On the floor of the museum, under pretty lighting, lies the impossible fish inside the impossible fish, each one a complete sentence that ends in an ellipsis. In a prairie gully, shards of inoceramid shell flash like pottery, and a shard in your hand shows rows of lines so tight your fingernail can barely count them. You can take home a pebble of coprolite and, if you are the kind of person who has learned to be careful with ore, break it and see the small glass of scales and say aloud to no one, "There it is, there it is," what something once thought was food. So the inland sea that devoured a continent keeps speaking, though it has been dry for a long time. It speaks in the language of visibility. It tells us that many creatures thrived by seeing and by being seen, by solving silhouettes and surfing their own. It tells us that safety is not a matter of how far you are from the bottom, but of whether the world around you can read you too easily. If you find that unnerving, remember that the same light that betrayed prey also wrote the record that lets us make these stories. The sea favored eyesight and then gave us eyes to look back at it. And yet, as with the shoreline where we began, the final answers stay out beyond the next bar. What currents braided in that long haul when we were not watching? Where did the young go when the water tipped from green to blue in a single day? Which bite in which bone was hunger, and which was habit? Which was a rehearsal for something that never arrived? Under the limestone of new cities, under fields that blaze with summer grain, The old surface is still there, dim as a memory. If you listen in the right weather, you might hear a hush, like wings leveling above water, or the soft draw of a big tail correcting its angle. A sound that makes you look up, reflexive and late, into an air without warning, and wonder what has already seen you from below. Story 7. The Devonian Blackout. We drift now into nights that learned a slower cruelty. The roar of impact fades behind us like thunder that never arrives, and in its place comes a hush so complete you mistake it for peace. It is an older calamity than the falling glass and shocked clay, a drawn-out suffocation that does not announce itself with flame. In certain rocks, the silence is literal, a dark sheen pressed thin between pages of time. Hold them to the light, and you will see what the Devonian forgot to say. Before the hush, there was music. The age of fishes tuned itself across shallow continents, where warm continental shelves bright with corals and stromatoporoids built reefs taller than any temple then standing on land. Picture forests of cup corals and honeycombed sponges arcing into clear green water. Crinoid meadows sifting light with feathery arms. Lacy bryozoans catching a slow snow of food. Between the towers moved bodies plated and sleek, experimental, extravagant. Armored placoderms with hinged skulls and shielded throats. Lobe-finned fish with wrists hidden in their fins. Shark lineages trying out teeth in new arrangements, and ammonoids unfurling coils like calligraphy. This architecture stretched for thousands of kilometers along the shelves, a bright band of life-ringing continents that were themselves rearranging their long arithmetic of collision and drift. Among the engines of that music was a hunter with a skull like a fortress. Dunkleosteus did not possess teeth in the way later monsters would. It carried sharpened bone plates that met like shears, powered by muscles anchored on a skull that fused like armor. In a rush, those blades could close with such force that they seeded fractures into bone, and yet the cut surface was smooth enough to slide. Imagine a jaw that did not bite so much as draw a line through flesh, cleanly, inevitably. In the clear water of a reef pass, where schools dimpled sunlight and trilobites kept to the dimmer lanes, the shadow of such a hunter could cast a decision on the day. You would not have wanted to be a mid-water fish in those hours, not with that hinged guillotine cruising the edges of your certainty. The reefs themselves were the world's lungs, pumping oxygen into water as algae and symbiotic microbes turned sunlight into sugars. The Devonian taught the sea to be a garden, and then it taught the garden to fail. It did not happen in a single season. It arrived in pulses, rises and falls in sea level that shuttled coastlines back and forth, warm spells that thickened the surface into a still skin, and cool snaps that drew curtains of ice far to the south. The first warning printed itself into the rocks as a color. The elegant limestone of reef flanks gave way in places to a dark, fine-grained sediment that split like paper and smelled faintly of oil when you broke it. This was not the sand of beaches or the chalk of open shelves. This was black shale, the residue of water that had gone quiet and then gone without air. Walk your fingers along a cut bank in a river canyon today, and you can feel that change with your thumb. A centimeter of limestone is the bright clatter of a living surface. A centimeter of Devonian black shale is the weight of a still room. These layers, the Kelwasser horizons, if you wish to speak the language of stratigraphers, mark times when the ocean's middle depths stopped breathing. You cannot see oxygen leaving water, but you can watch what remains when it is gone. Organisms that require it thin out or vanish from the fossil pages. The ones that can tolerate the slackening persist in low relief, and certain chemistries bloom that only thrive in absence. In particular, sulfurous regimes where bacteria take over the role of unspent oxygen and build their own kind of weather. If you had been a swimmer then, slipping down past the sun paths into the green, you would have found your chest heavy for reasons you could not name. Your hands would have cut the water cleanly, unthreatened by surf or storm, and yet a breath on the surface would not put strength back into your arms. The water would take from you slowly, not motion or heat, but the invisible partnership between lung and blood. Below you, life arranged itself in bands, a thin film near the top where it was possible to work and feed, a broad zone beneath where the lights were out, and deeper still, an architecture of salts and acids that brewed in quiet, like a cellar you did not enter. What set such a catastrophe in motion? There are theories, and some carry pieces of the truth like silt in their current. One begins far from the shore, with forests learning to touch the ground. In the Devonian, plants acquired roots that bit into rock and leveled hills into soils. Those roots bled acids into stone, dragging nutrients loose. Rivers learned to carry more than sand. They carried phosphorus and iron, the trace metals that small lives crave. When those rivers met the sea, coastal waters fed on this sudden wealth. Algal blooms spread like velvet. They burned bright and then died, and their decay stripped oxygen from the layers beneath. Multiply this not by a single river, but by the uncounted seams of a continent learning green, and you have a planet experimenting with a new metabolism. Another theory traces the pulses to the breath of the Earth itself. Lava flooded across ancient Siberia in episodes, and other volcanic provinces opened and shut like valves. Volcanoes give the sky both heat and knives. Carbon dioxide that warms, sulfur dioxide that forms aerosols and cools, halogens that worry the ozone, metals that seed the sea. The balance between warming and cooling is not a coin toss, and it does not resolve on human schedules. A warm surface ocean stratifies, locking deep water below a thermocline that might as well be a wall. Stratification turns circulation into layers, and in layered seas, the oxygen made at the top cannot easily find the bottom. Cooling has its cruelty too. Draw down climate, and you draw down seas. Sea level falls strand reefs, reroute currents, expose shelf seas to weather, and then drown them again when the pulse reverses. The reefs do not like such treatment. The symbioses they house can recover from storm and predation. They cannot recover easily from a world that shrugs its shoulders every few million years. There are fingerprints finer than layer color. In some black shales, chemists have found molecules that speak with a sulfur accent, pigments left behind by green sulfur bacteria. These microbes require two gifts at once, light and sulfide. The two ought not to meet. In a healthy ocean, hydrogen sulfide is a creature of the dark, a toxin bound to depths far below the sun. To find pigment that demanded both implies that the boundary failed. That poison surged up into the photic zone and spread there under daylight. The sea had learned to make rotten egg weather in the very region where photosynthesis is supposed to pay the bills. In such moments, even survivors stagger. The extinction did not arrive as a single blow. Reefs collapsed in stages, fish lineages thinned and rebulked, and the world tried repeatedly to stand up. After the great mid-Devonian reefs fell silent, patchwork reefs ran along the margins like aftercare. Then another pulse. In the last gasp of the Devonian, the Hangenberg event sealed another set of dark pages. This time, the losses spread beyond reefs, into open ocean fish, into the jawless holdovers, into trilobites that had ridden out stormier revolutions. In stream gravels far inland, the record whispers that glaciers pushed tongues out across Gondwana. Ice at one edge, suffocation at another. The ocean caught between two disagreements. Stand again with Dunkleosteus at the edge of this unfolding. Its mass, its jaws, its scissor skull, all tuned to a world of abundance at mid-trophic scale. It is easy to imagine such a monarch as invulnerable, and yet the throne beneath it is made of layers. Prey abundance rising from plankton flux, which rises from nutrient delivery, which rises from climate and circulation, and continental shape. Starve the lower floors, and you do not need to touch the king. He will begin to range farther, risk more, arrive at the chase already in debt. In a water column with a shrinking zone of workably oxygenated space, even the top predator's path becomes a corridor. Hunger is a geometry. At some point in that geometry, a corner arrives that the hunter cannot turn. Fossils preserve not just bodies, but the manner of their rest. Slice open a late Devonian shale, and you can find ammonoids stacked like coins. Their shells collapsed inward under the weight of burial. Their last chambers filled with pyrite in tiny radiating spheres. Those framboids grow best where oxygen is scarce. In between the shells, you might find thin films that are all that remain of fishes that drifted down in calm water and never met a scavenger's teeth. Their outlines are as precise as chalk rubbings. Fins a memory from another physics. Eyes dark with mineral that did not care that they once watched. The black itself is a story. It means the carbon from all those bodies stayed. There were too few mouths to use it, and too little oxygen to bring its energy to term. It is possible, in museum light, to be tempted into comfort by the span of geologic story. The Devonian collapse took place over millions of years. What is a season or a lifetime against that? But pulses can be sharp on human scales too. A generation can know water that smells wrong. Summers when fish die by the thousands along the margins of bays. Mornings when the sea turns jade, and then brown, and then quiet. We have seen such rehearsal in our own estuaries when rivers have gifted too much fertilizer at once, when heat has set a lid on lakes so shallow that wind cannot stir them. We know the look of a fish's mouth at the surface, autonomic muscles trying to find a future in air. Scale this to a continent and add millennia, and you have the Devonian's lesson written in a larger hand. Not all theories place the blame on plants and volcanoes alone. Some argue for a cosmic weather we have not yet learned to forecast. At the boundary near the end of the Devonian, palynologists, readers of ancient spores, have reported deformed grains, their shells blistered and warped as if the very recipe for growth had been insulted. An explanation offered is harsh ultraviolet, the kind you get when the ozone layer thins. What could thin it? Large volcanic eruptions can, by releasing halogens and changing stratospheric chemistry. Others look higher and further back in time, to a nearby star's death showering Earth with cosmic rays. The work is cautious. A single mechanism may not carry all the water. But the thought leaves a shape in the imagination. Forests turning their leaves into umbrellas. Rivers going cloudy with the bodies of spores that tried to be seeds and failed. The sky itself participating in the darkening below. And always, in the background, the slow choreography of continents. As land masses assembled into larger plates, seaways narrowed and deep basins were cut off from the thoroughfares that ventilate. A gulf that still talks to the open ocean can slough off a bloom's aftermath. A basin that has learned to hold its breath keeps its secrets. The Devonian built such rooms and then shut their doors for a time. When they opened again, those rooms released not only a backlog of chemistry, but memories bound into sediment. The very black shales that haunt the hands of geologists today split open on new air. If you put your ear to a slab of one of those shales, polished smooth and mounted like a mirror, you will hear nothing, of course. The sea that made it is gone. The bacterial thrums that wrote in sulfur ink have quieted. The ammonoid shells have become outlines in mineral and chance. And yet, the slab does speak, if you let the mind match textures. The grain so fine it feels like fabric. The slight metallic sparkle where pyrite kept its geometry. The faint scent when fresh fracture meets humidity. It speaks of warm water that could not stir, of an oxygen budget overstated by a planet both newly green and periodically feverish, of a long crisis that is still learning to measure itself in our words. We are fond of killers we can point to. The Chicxulub Day gave us a crater and a layer, a hard punctuation mark. The Devonian makes us work. It asks us to weigh relationships, root and river, river and shelf, shelf and sky, sky and fire, fire and ice, circulation and chemistry, predator and prey. Perhaps that is why the black shales seem so eloquent. They are not the signature of a single blow, but the minutes of a meeting dragged out over ages, recorded in shorthand and smudged by time. Every lab that measures their molecules, every field notebook that tallies their fossils, every map that traces their reach adds a marginal note, a suggested action item, a doubt. When the pulses finally eased and the Carboniferous began to speak in forests and wetlands, the ocean was altered. Reefs, once the articulate capitals of shallow seas, took generations of generations to re-establish themselves in forms that looked like the old ones. Sharks owned more of the open water. Lobe fins followed rumours of air into swamps and built knees to match. The world had found its way through the long corridor of low air, but not without rearranging who carried what along the route. If you had been there, you might not have noticed the exact year the water forgave the light, or the day the fish stopped visiting the surface in ordinary panic. You would have known it later, looking back, when the shelves began to take limestone again, when the black pages arrived more rarely, when children could swim in coves in late summer without coming up dizzy. Even then, though, you would have learned to listen for a certain kind of quiet on hot days, a lull that pretends at calm. You would have learned to mistrust water too still for too long. And so the Devonian Blackout remains, not a catastrophe you can point to on a calendar, but a lesson taught in a language of layers. Was it the forests writing rivers into richer mouths? Was it volcanoes asking the sky to change its terms? Was it an arrangement of continents that taught basins to lock their doors and sit with their own breath? Or did something older and farther fold itself into the sum, turning sun to knife and rain to acid for seasons too long to count? The page where the answer should be is there, but it is dark. It reflects our faces as we lean over it. Somewhere within that gloss are reefs that do not sound the way reefs should. A hunter that could not cut the last problem placed before it. And a sea that welcomes still with open arms, then takes, almost kindly, what you did not know you needed to keep. Story 8. The Empire of the Orthocones. From the page we just turned, glossy with darkness, heavy with breathless seas, our eyes adjust to a different ink. If the Devonian taught the ocean how to keep its own counsel, earlier ages taught it how to stalk. Long before reefs went quiet and black shales pressed down their verdicts, there were shelves of pale limestone and light-struck water, broad as continents and just as patient. In those green-blue rooms of the Ordovician and Silurian, the ocean learned a shape that still startles when it appears on a museum tray. A long, straight cone ringed by chambers like the ribs of a cathedral. Imagine it poised in the water column as if someone had driven a marble pillar into the sea and given it eyes. The shadow it cast could pass under a trilobite and blot out the sun in miniature. And yet, when it moved, it made almost no sound at all. We call them Orthocones, straight-shelled nautiloids, an empire of tapered towers with animals living in the broad end and empty chambers marching away into narrowing past. The names change depending on who is counting and which fragments happen to survive the most. Endoceras in one quarry, Camarasaurus in a paper from a century ago, Huronia or Dawsonosaurus or a dozen others in catalogue drawers lined with velvet. The animal itself, soft as any cephalopod, is gone. What's left is architecture and rumour, a shell like a spear, a siphuncle tube threading the chambers to manage buoyancy, a final living room from which tentacles could unroll like pennants in a tide that never breaks. The shelves they ruled were vast. Picture a map with no familiar coastlines, continents assembled into different arguments than the ones we know, and seas as broad and shallow as dreams. Across those platforms, Laurentia's warm limestone plains, Baltica's advancing shorelines, Gondwana's fringes. The orthocones are scattered like punctuation. In stone that once was lagoon, you find spindles of pale calcite. In stone that once faced the open shelf, you find them longer, thicker, with chamber after chamber stacked like a lighthouse you cannot climb because every rung is ages old. Chemical traces in those shells say the water changed with depth and season. The animal wrote that change as it grew, line by line, a diary of temperatures and salinity tucked inside each chamber wall. Some shells record signatures that drift up and down, as if the owner rose each night to hunt where the light fell thin and algae slept and descended by day to cooler layers where currents carried signals from far away. Others hold steadier values, like residents content to patrol a single band of shelf as if it were their deeded estate. We argue about how big the biggest were. Old reconstructions draw monsters long as a bus, their straight shells 10 meters or more. A cathedral lance carried point first through the water. More recent caution rewrites those measurements downward. Fragments misread as belonging to a single giant may in fact be neighbors from a crowd, aligned by the luck of burial. Curvature mistaken for taper. Growth lines confused by pressure and time. Somewhere between the hand-drawn giants of the 19th century and the sober tables of the 21st lies the shape that moved. Whether it was 5 meters or 9, standing head down in the water column with tentacles sweeping the seafloor, it was large enough to rearrange another animal's day simply by arriving. Broken shells tell their own stories. Trilobites with healed gouges hint at attacks that failed. The scars run oblique and ragged, as if pulled by a serrated beak or rasped by teeth mounted on a tongue like a file. Orthocone shells themselves sometimes show crushes and punctures. Triangular bites like the signatures of other cephalopods meeting steel with steel. Repair scars ripple across their walls, new calcite plastering over a night gone wrong. We will never see the moment, but we can infer its choreography. The pillar drifting closer, the angle shifting until tentacles reach. The sudden contraction of a mantle and a jet of water that turns stillness into speed. A trilobite frozen under a descending cone of shadow. And then the world becomes lines, pressure, and the arithmetic of being caught. How did a straight shell hunt? Some imagine them vertical, apex up and living chamber down, a weighted sipuncle acting as a keel and counterbalance. Suspended like a hanging spear, the animal could descend until its tentacles brushed silt and then rise with a silent exhale, a lift as clean as thought. Others argue for a more horizontal life, a nautiloid coursing just off the bottom, shell inclined slightly, siphuncle pumping to fine-tune altitude the way a bird twitches feathers in a light wind. A vertical hunter makes sense in a crowded seafloor where visibility vanishes within arm's length. A horizontal cruiser fits an ocean of open shelf where vigilance must cover more kilometers than a head can pivot to see. Their sensory world was not ours, but it was not blind. The camera-like eyes shared by their cousins appear much later in refined form, yet even early cephalopods likely married decent vision with the tactile intelligence of tentacles that feel before they name. Statocysts, balance organs, would have taught them which way was up, even when up was a rumor and down was the only certainty. A beak, hard and black in living relatives, could shear. A radula, a ribbon of teeth, could rasp meat from bone or shell. Whether they inked is uncertain. The oldest definite ink sacs we keep in drawers are younger than this empire, but the concept is older than we usually think, and evolutionary tricks, once learned, tend to be loaned forward and backward along the family tree in ways that we recognize only after the fact. The shelves themselves were not passive. In the Ordovician, life learned to build tall. Reefs of bryozoans and corals rose, their lacework churning the boundary between water and stone. Stromatoporoids piled like steps to a stage where light performed all day. In those forests of calcium, smaller orthocones browsed for prey as if moving through trees. Tentacles parting clouds of plankton, beaks testing the armor of early fish. Out beyond the reef crest, where the bottom swooned into deeper water and storms could roll without breaking, the longer shells patrolled. The chemistry of their walls, ratios of oxygen that tilt with temperature and water mass, suggests they visited gradients like borders, crossing, returning, crossing again, hunting the seams. If you were there, you would have learned a clock by their passing. A trilobite grazing among crinoid stems would feel the pressure drop as something large displaced water behind and above. Eurypterids, the sea scorpions, would run their legs faster and hug the bottom as if the sediment itself could fold over them like a blanket. The living chamber of a big orthocone might house a body as large as a person's torso, but it is the leverage of the shell that matters. The way a long cone channels momentum, the way a sudden jet can turn mass into direction without raising a wake. When one slid by, a fallen pillar, dark against a green window, the world went still because the world remembered the equation they wrote. We have their maps of a sort. In places where quarries bite into old seabeds, layers are punctuated by orthocones oriented like compass needles. Some beds look as if a school died in place. Others, as if a storm took a crowd by surprise and laid them down all pointing the same way, arrows left in a wind's afterthought. Perhaps they gathered to spawn, as modern cephalopods do. Bodies meeting briefly in the act that writes a species into the next page and then falling apart. Perhaps they followed seasonal blooms like itinerant merchants, traveling the shelf edge when currents brought cold, nutrient-rich water from below and returning to lagoons when storms combed the plankton into drift lines. The shells record seasonality in faint banding, lines you can trace under a microscope like tree rings. But what festival or famine those lines tally is something we must guess. At the top of their empire, a change is written in thicker letters. The end Ordovician cold, the brief pulse of ice that sculpted shorelines and shoved sea levels down, knocked their world sideways. Shelves shrank, water masses mixed. The chemistry of the ocean learned a new accent. Some lineages ended abruptly. Others, leaner or luckier, walked across that thin bridge into the Silurian and rebuilt. There, the Orthocones still cast their long, solemn shadows, but they shared the stage with newcomers who had read different manuals. Jawed fish with better speed and steering, eurypterids that could swarm, reefs reborn in patches like old cities finding their corners again. The straight shells persisted, impressive as ever, but the tuning of the ocean no longer had a single note. Evidence for their violence is direct and strangely intimate. A trilobite's thorax preserved mid-molt, soft, vulnerable, bears marks where something seized it and failed to finish the job. Weeks later, the trilobite lived long enough to heal the ragged edges. Orthocone fragments lie broken in patterns that suggest an attack from the living chamber end outward, the way another cephalopod would begin, knowing where nerves and muscle were worth the effort. There are beds where crinoid stems are snapped at consistent heights, as if a predator the same size passed again and again, cutting with the reach of tentacles that could not bend farther than the shell allowed. These are not ghosts. They are the physics of hunger, preserved. And yet, for all the hard evidence, the portrait remains blurred by distance. Were the giants solitary? A single pillar moving through a green cathedral can be terrifying in the way a lone bell tolls. Or did they cruise in loose flotillas, parallel lines sliding across the shelf, each a separate decision and yet somehow timed, like geese that never practice and still arrive in formation? Did they hunt by scent and vibration alone in turbid water? Or did they require visibility and choose their lanes along the clearest corridors? The shell holds some answers: its weight distribution, the placement of the sipuncle hole relative to the centerline. But anatomy beyond bone is lost, and so we learn by analogy, borrowing from nautiluses that know only modern currents and squids that abandoned shells to become parabolas of muscle. There are fringes to the story too, ideas that live at the edges of what the evidence will permit. One holds that the largest straight shells were not ambushes at all, but long-distance migrants whose bulk was not for killing. In a single lunge, but for crossing an ocean's width, while staying precisely between two isotherms like rails. Another imagines that what we call a single animal might in some cases be a scaffolding for more. Commensal communities growing on shells in life, turning a moving spear into a drifting reef, the owner harvesting the passengers when it chose, a farmer of its own living hull. On some fossils, encrusting organisms stop abruptly at the line where the living chamber once ended. Beyond that, into the past of the animal's growth, the shell is crowded with tenants. It could be coincidence, or it could be a behavior we have no modern analog for, a contract between tower and town. Mainstream views remain grounded. They point to hydrodynamic models that show straight shells resist turning. A giant orthocone, they say, could not twist quickly enough to chase agile prey in open water. The geometry fits a sit-and-wait posture. Hang vertically, head down, and let the world come to you. Others rebut with the same math turned differently. A long cone moving horizontally presents a small frontal area and can be surprisingly efficient, like a dart in syrup. Both positions can be made to sound right, because both have pieces of truth, And the ocean loves nothing more than designs that can be repurposed when weather and hunger demand. Night in that world would have been long, but not absolute. In the photic shallows, the last thread of sun bled out. In the mesopelagic greys below, there were still cues. A change in temperature where two water masses braided. A faint glow from plankton stirred by a storm 100 kilometers away. The deeper silence that means no sand grain is moving. An orthocone would find the seam and lie along it like a hunter pacing a hedgerow. Smaller nautiloids skittered over brachiopod lawns. Jawless fish stitched black lines between crinoid forests. Somewhere out beyond the shelf break, currents rose, bringing a winter's worth of nutrients to the surface. Somewhere nearer, a storm slammed the reef flat, and for a day, everything ate. The straight shells threaded these events together. They were the punctuation in an aquatic sentence that got longer and longer, and then, briefly, shortened again when ice asked for its turn. If we could stand in such a sea with modern eyes, we might be troubled by scale. The ocean becomes different when a predator is not faster than you, but broader than the day. When danger is an axis instead of a mouth. You could see an orthocone without it seeing you. You could watch 3 of them from a hill of bryozoans and feel the currents slacken around you as their combined presence slowed the world. And you would notice the strangest thing. No frenzy. A pillar does not hurry. It arrives, and its arrival is explanation enough. We do not know how they ended. The lineages break and resume, and then taper. Silurian shelves continue. Devonian seas blossom, and yet the straight shells never quite reclaim the state they once enforced. Perhaps competition wrote them into new roles. Perhaps the math of a meter-scale cone no longer solved the problem the world presented. Their descendants curve into coils more familiar to us, some small as a fingernail, some still ambitious, all of them bearing the same beautiful contradiction: a house you carry, and a flexibility you must invent to make that house an instrument rather than a burden. When we handle the fossils now, thin slices that glow when lit from behind, whole shells so heavy it takes 2 hands to move them, we feel an echo in our palms. The chambers are empty, but their sequence is precise, like notes on a staff. A sip of light enters each, and then is extinguished. Your eye climbs the ladder until it can't. On some specimens, the last wall is missing, and you can place a fingertip where the animal lived, the exact space where tentacles poured and drew and tasted a world that had not yet heard of us. Across a limestone slab, 3 shells point in the same direction, and you think of a morning when the tide and the wind agreed on something you can almost remember. Perhaps it is mercy that we cannot decide their size exactly. If the giants were smaller than rumour, the idea of them remains large enough to trouble the shallow water of our imagination. If the giants were truly huge, then their world is quieter for having lost them. In either case, they leave us with a lesson written in the same script as the blackout we just left. The ocean loves to build empires out of silence, and it does not always announce when a dynasty has begun or ended. And so, in that Ordovician light that never fully dies on old limestone, you can still see a shape if you let your eyes unfocus. A fallen pillar moves through a green hallway, neither fast nor slow, obeying a grammar of pressure and grace. Something in the silt raises its fronds, then thinks better of the gesture and becomes stone again. You wait for turbulence and get nothing. You wait for sound and get only the ceiling scrolling overhead. The cone passes, and the world exhales as if it had been holding its breath for a century. Somewhere out on the shelf edge, another shadow lines up with a seam and hesitates, like a sentence deciding how it will end. We lean closer, but the water is undisturbed, and the page is glossy once more, reflecting only our faces and, if we look long enough, the hint of a column that might be coming back, or might only be the light teaching us to expect what has already gone. Story 9. The Ghosts of the Ediacaran. The green hallway of the Orthocones opens like a door, and behind it is a quieter room in the House of Time. No pillars move there, nothing lunges, nothing even has a face. The floor is a skin of microbial film, the waterlight as a cathedral morning, and the only motion is a slow breathing of fronds that do not seek, do not bite, and yet are alive in a way that makes our definitions feel provincial. We have followed hunters. Now we arrive among the hunted's ancestors, or perhaps among neighbors that never joined any bloodline we recognize. Picture a coastal shelf before fish, before eyes, before the idea of chasing. The world is recovering from ancient ice, and seas spread wide over low continents. On the seafloor, the sand is glued with bacterial mats, smooth as parchment. There are no burrows. The sediment is untouched by the restlessness of animals. It is a place of surfaces, of mats and skins and raised reliefs, a gallery laid flat. And within that gallery, bodies have solved life with quilts and funnels and branching lace. A frond rises on a stem like a banner frozen midway through a breath. Its leaflets subdivide into smaller leaflets, and those into smaller still, a geometry repeating itself until your eye gets lost in the sameness. Another sits nearby like a sleeping sea fan, anchored by a disc that looks as if someone pressed the base of a wine glass into wet sand. Beyond them lie cushions and ribs and low mounds that cast barely a shadow. None of it seems vertebrate or plant or jelly, yet all of it is palpably organized. The Ediacaran seafloor, Newfoundland's volcanic slopes, the Australian hills that gave this time its name, the White Sea coast, Namibia's late Precambrian flats, was crowded not with mouths and claws, but with settings, with solutions. You could walk among them and never be looked at, never be assessed as prey or threat, because there were no looks to give. The ghosts come to us as impressions. Most had no hard parts to leave behind, so we meet them on rock faces as ovals with quilted ribs, as triradial spirals, as fern-like silhouettes that seem to have grown by copying a basic pattern over and over at different scales. Sometimes a thin mineral film preserved their outlines in a death mask, sealing delicate forms against the mat they lay on. Sometimes a sudden ashfall pinned whole communities in a moment of communal pause, like a pressed meadow in a book. When you peel the page back, there they are. Dickinsonia, like a segmented rug. Charniodiscus, a frond on a stalk. Tribrachidium, with 3 coiling arms that seem wrong by the standards of bilateral life. Pteridinium, twin flanges joined like a purse. Rangia, a Christmas tree from a geometry classroom. Ernietta, a sack with a lip, half buried like a basket in the sand. We know their shapes with a clarity that mocks our ignorance of their nature. The puzzle begins with hunger. How did these bodies eat? Some, we suspect, siphoned the chemistry of the water straight through their surfaces. Osmotrophy via skins lavishly folded to make more area. Life by absorption, the world seeping into you. Others hint at more directed feeding. Tribrachidium's tri-spiral arms, modelled in computer flow, appear to funnel currents toward the centre, a passive net of water itself. Kimberella, a low, domed thing often left out of the pretty frond portraits, seems to have grazed the microbial mats, leaving scratch marks in looping arcs. If you want something like a mouth in this world, this might be a first. But so much else suggests patience rather than pursuit. Broad surfaces, holdfasts anchoring bodies against the soft push of currents. Arrangements that seem designed to be bathed by the ocean rather than to move through it. Movement, where it existed, is almost tender. Dickinsonia, our rug, shows growth by adding new modules at one end, each a bit smaller than the previous, a living blueprint accreted in steps. Its fossils sometimes appear in series displaced across a mat, like a slow shuffle of resting spots. Rangeomorph colonies, those fractal fronds, cluster in groupings that look suspiciously like family stories. A few large adults widely spaced, surrounded by smaller clones that seem to have budded nearby. And then a whisper of tiny, far-flung juveniles, perhaps the drifted seed of another generation. It's reproduction as geometry and geography, not drama. Send a few, copy yourself locally, fill the page with patterns that leave little room for improvisation. The water above them would not welcome you. Oxygen comes and goes in pulses. Chemical clocks turn slowly, and the background chemistry of the ocean is not our friend. Take a breath in a diving mask here, and your tank would keep you alive, yes, but everything else would advise you to leave. The mats slick underfoot, the lack of shelter or familiar sound, the way nothing acknowledges your presence. We fear teeth. This world doesn't have any. We fear speed. This world solves problems without hurrying. What it takes from you is something subtler, the sense that you are an animal in a world tailored for animals. Here, life is built around surfaces and flows, and your body is suddenly the wrong idea. Because definitions wobble, debate rushes in. Are these the first experiments of animals? Cousin shapes feeling their way toward bodies that would later grow eyes and nerve cords? Some clues say yes. A steroid molecule, cholesterol's fingerprint, gleams in the molecular residues of certain Dickinsonia fossils, suggesting animal affinities. Kimberella's grazings make sense if an organ like a rasp was already at work. The branching rules of some fronds echo growth strategies found in living biological tissues. There are alignments, enough to draw lines forward into the Cambrian's riot of forms and say, here are stems, here are trials, along which later animals budded. But other clues refuse adoption. Dolph Silacker looked at those quilted ribs and saw a different architecture altogether. Pneumatic segments, a mattress body made of serially repeated air sacs, structurally unlike any known animal tissue. He gave this constructional grade a separate name, as if we'd found a kingdom that flared briefly and folded, the Vendobionta, neighbors, not ancestors. The tri-radial plan of Tribrachidium remains an affront to bilateral evolution's later near monopoly. We don't know where to hang it on a tree that prefers left and right to threes. Ernietta's half-buried baskets, open upward like bloomless flowers, look like vessels for trapping currents rather than mouths that choose their food. And then there is the sheer quiet of it all. Life solved without nerves obvious enough to fossilize, without mouths armored in anything that lasts, without tracks that churn the sediment. If animals were here, they were playing by rules that almost no animal plays by now. The stage itself conspires against our confidence. These communities thrived on mat grounds, felted bacterial carpets that stabilized the sediment. Every organism is, in some way, a guest on another living surface. Step lightly or you sink, grow upward, and the mat's film provides both attachment and pantry. This architecture predisposes to a gentle ecology. Predation, if it exists at all, is more like chemistry than violence. Filtering flows, absorbing gradients, catching what the water brings. In such a world, a face would be wasted. The horror, if you feel one, comes from your estrangement. A human in this ocean is not prey, but an irrelevance, a solution in search of the wrong problem. And yet endings arrive, even for worlds that do not clash. At the close of the Ediacaran, the record shifts. Tube builders like Claudina suddenly showed tiny borings in their walls, the earliest clear bite marks we know. Someone, somewhere, is drilling to eat. Burrows deepen. The surface begins to be churned by bodies that push into the sediment, undoing the mats and all the stability they granted. It is a substrate revolution, an engineering of the seafloor that meets a quilted architecture like sand meets lace. If your life plan requires a smooth page and the page is torn up and mixed, your plan ends when the mixing begins. Chemistry wobbles too. Carbon isotopes plunge and climb in odd excursions. Oxygen levels rise in pulses that could have enabled larger, more active bodies with the metabolic ambition to pursue rather than wait. Maybe the ashfalls ceased. Maybe the taphonomic trick that let us see these ghosts for a lucky interval stopped working as the chemistry of the seafloor changed. Maybe they were always rare and we simply caught them during a bloom. Or maybe they were never animals, and when the animal way of being finally seized the stage, it did not have room for cousins who ate by being surfaces. Walk again through one of those fossil fields, and you can hear the competing theories in the crunch of your boots. On a slab at Mistaken Point, a whole hillside of rangemorphs lies where ash buried them 565 million years ago, each frond splayed as if a breeze from a volcano turned the page. The patterning suggests communities, spacing rules that smell like ecology. They are not random. At the Ediacaran Hills, Dickinsonia ovals line up like coins in a purse that someone upended and then forgot to close. In Namibia, basket shapes nestle in stacks, as if a soft current kept draping a blanket back over them, and they simply grew into whatever the blanket allowed. None of these scenes is violent. All of them end. The strangest part is how rarely we can say why. In one story, they are our distant kin, early animals tuned to conditions that ceased. Their lines didn't fail so much as fork into others or thin out as environments stiffened into competition. In another, they are experiments in multicellularity that lost the bid, elaborate but doomed designs that found a way to be many-made one without ever inventing nerves or guts. In a third, they are not animals at all, but a separate flowering, call it a failed kingdom if you must, whose rules had nothing to do with ours, and whose vanishing is therefore not our history, but a neighboring myth. All three stories could be true for different body plans on the same slope. If you are still thinking about survival, consider what this means. Put a modern diver on that mat, and nothing will attack, nothing will flee. The danger is thinner. You will exhaust your air before anything notices. You will leave no mark a frond would interpret. You will drift over beings that solve existence by waiting for gradients and adjusting surfaces. And the terror, if it comes, will be the sensation that life does not require your familiar scaffolding of hunger and aim. The ocean has hosted other kinds of answers, and you are not part of the question then. And yet, they touch us. A molecule preserved as a stain, whispering animal. A scratch trace that says a rasp met a film, and the film was food. A distribution of sizes that implies parents and offspring, or at least the logic of copying and colonizing. Sometimes the ghosts act like kin across a language barrier. Sometimes they act like furniture that learned to inhale. Their passing left more than absence. Once the mats were churned and the gradients sharpened, the Cambrian began. Eyes, armor, burrows like corkscrews, a seafloor rewritten by motion. Perhaps those quilts were the scaffolding that allowed the leap, oxygen buffered and stored by microbial partners, surfaces made hospitable by films, economies of flow that taught chemistry how to be a body. Perhaps the fronds were ladders we kicked away when we climbed. Or perhaps we are the intruders, the loud ones who arrived late and filled the room with noise, forgetting the quiet conversation that had been going on for 100 million years before us. You can stage this in your head. A coastline at dusk in a world without birdsong, stone low to the tide, wind thin. Below that, on a slope kissed by ash long ago, an entire village of laced bodies waits forever in the exact arrangement an afternoon current allowed. There is no violence in their death, only a stillness so complete it becomes eloquent. When the tide receded, the page turned, and our chapter began to be written in teeth and sight. But every so often, the light falls just right on a rock face, and you're sure you see a shadow lift a frond to no purpose at all, and you understand how narrow your definitions have been. We call them ghosts because we cannot place them. We call them ancestors when a molecule flatters us. We call them failures when our story requires thresholds and winners. They persist nonetheless in the stone, in the negative space where skin once lay against a bacterial sheet, in the way currents knew how to fold around a body without eyes to see them. They remind us that the ocean has not always been a theatre of pursuit and evasion. Once it was a library of forms that read the water slowly and turned its pages by existing. And if there was a way to thrive without hunger, without faces, without the crackle of nerves, if the sea once supported a serenity alien to our appetites, what does it mean that we cannot imagine it without turning away? The slabs do not answer. They only keep their delicate relief, their ribbed ovals and tri-spiral puzzles, lit by the same low angle that once passed above them as a cloud, and this evening passes above us as a thought that does not land. Somewhere under the glare of a museum lamp, a fossil frond raises its 1,000-fold leaflets in our minds, and then thinks better of the gesture and becomes stone again. We lean closer, certain the pattern is about to speak, and hear only the soft hiss of our own breath in the glass. Story 10. The Plesiosaur's impossible neck. From the stillness of those quilted gardens, where life once seemed to drift without faces or appetite, we slip forward in time to a sea that has learned to hunt. The light is the same soft green. The current still folds sand into quiet stripes, but the silhouettes have changed. Where fronds once lay like pages, a shape goes by with the poise of a sentence punctuated at the end by a small head. And in front of it, a neck that does not read like any grammar of the living. It is long past the Ediacaran, long past serenity without jaws. Teeth have returned, eyes have returned, but with them comes a new riddle, the Plesiosaur's neck, an elegant question mark written through water. Imagine looking up from the twilight zone as something passes above, not rapidly, not thrashing, but with a gliding assurance that ignores the minor tug of eddies. The body is barrel-chested, the four flippers sculling with the economy of a practiced oarsman. The head is small enough to be missed by a careless gaze. Between the two stretches, a corridor of bone. Dozens and dozens of vertebrae repeating like a rosary. Some species counted over 70. Each centrum is short, often amphicoelous, cupped at both ends to house thick pads of cartilage that never fossilize, so the living curve must be inferred from absence. Overlapping cervical ribs cross one another like slats in a blind, while the zygapophyses, those small articular facets, lean against each other to accept movement in some directions and softly refuse it in others. It looks at first like freedom, but it is a constrained freedom, a compromise between reach and drag, between sweep and stiffness. A gull on a harbour pilaster arcs its neck like a hinge and snatches a fish with a downward jab. A heron writes long sigmas in air before it strikes. Did plesiosaurs do anything like this beneath the surface? We try to transpose the bird's gesture into water and feel it slow, smeared by resistance. A neck that long, thrown up and down with vigour, would meet water like a wall. Any sudden bend would wake turbulence, a boiling ribbon that telegraphs danger to prey, sensitive to pressure change. The very length that tempts our imagination toward a whip or a crane would have betrayed the hunter at speed. And so biomechanics, patiently summing forces and testing joint limits with digital bones, suggests a subtler choreography. Not so much a lash as a lean, not a swan's proud curve held above the surface, but a low lateral feathering of the head across a gentle arc, the body steady as a raft below. Consider the constraints written in the bones. The vertebrae are many but shallow, little bricks stacked in a long wall. The pre- and post-zygapophyses face at angles that permit small changes of yaw and only measured changes of pitch. And when you repeat such modest freedom across 70 joints, you don't get acrobatics so much as a slow S-shaped bend, like a river taking one thoughtful meander across a floodplain. Vertical flexion is there, but not of the theatrical, swan-like kind that some early restorations enjoyed. In clay and studio paint, the neck darts and coils. In water and vertebral geometry, it persuades rather than lunges. The cervical ribs, long and overlapping, act like splints against wild movements that would waste energy and strain cartilage. The result is something like a living periscope with a limited vocabulary of motions, exquisite within that range. So how do you hunt with a neck that forbids drama? One answer is to let the world move to you. Schools of small fish, the flicker of ammonites and belemnites, young ichthyodectids, even crustaceans, all the busy glitter of a shelf sea or epicontinental seaway, flow across the long axis of a waiting predator. The plesiosaur's body, driven by two pairs of hydrofoils arranged in a cross-planing team, can hover with fine control, holding position in a tide the way a kestrel holds position in wind. From that steady platform, the head makes small lateral excursions, crossing the flow like a whisper. Prey sense bodies that push water. They sense the bow waves of broad heads and the pressure shadow of large mouths. A tiny, tapered skull attached to a long, steady stalk might move within the threshold of notice, slipping into the boundary layer where a fish's lateral line is already full of noise from its own motion. Less surprise, more inevitability. Another answer is to attack from beneath, not with speed, but with geometry. A neck like that, held downslope, turns a swath of water into a net with a variable mesh. Angle it slightly upward beneath a school, and then flex minutely from side to side, and the small head becomes a shuttle weaving through density changes, picking single targets without scattering the group. We crave analogies and reach for birds again. A heron, yes, but a heron with its strike slowed to the underwater tempo. Gravity traded for buoyancy, air resistance for water's almost solid hand. There is a hydrodynamic grace in doing less. Some propose a different choreography altogether: sweep feeding. In this scenario, the neck is not a spear, but a broom, sweeping laterally through patches of prey and using the small jaws like a counting device, not snapping at speed, but taking 2 or 3 things out of a cloud, then straightening, then sweeping back. The cervical ribs could act as outriggers against the torsion of such motion, spreading stresses along the chain rather than letting them concentrate at one joint. The skulls of many long-necked forms have delicate teeth, needle-like, interlocking, not for sawing or crushing, but for caging slippery bodies. A sweep would not net everything. It would harvest, unhurried, and move on. Yet every time we settle into a single picture, the bones throw a counter-suggestion. There are elasmosaurs with proportionally shorter necks and broader heads. There are aristonectines with many vertebrae but peculiar paddle-like teeth that hint at an entirely different diet. Stomach contents are rare and ambiguous. A handful of fish vertebrae here, cephalopod hooks there, in some cases smooth stones polished to a rind in the belly, the famous gastroliths. Did those stones grind food or ballast the diving animal? Both answers are tempting, both carry precedent in living species, and both shift the story of the neck. Grinding in the gut implies hardy plant or shelly prey. Ballast implies fine control of trim and depth, while the neck explores quietly in 3 dimensions. The hydrodynamic penalty of carrying a question into water is real. A long neck adds wetted surface, and wetted surface adds drag. To keep energy budgets sane, either the rest of the animal must contribute unusual efficiency, or the neck must learn to disappear, aligning with flow, kept almost straight most of the time, the head tucked into the slipstream until the moment of need. A modern submarine collapses its periscope to reduce drag. A plesiosaur could not retract bone, but it could keep that bone honest, neutral in trim, aligned to the long axis like a mast along a keel. And it could reserve motion for the last meter, where a small skull can do work without rousing the sea. If the neck's movement is limited, perhaps its presence is the point. Increase the distance between the sensory array and the engine room. Let the head carry eyes and inner ears far from the noise of flippers and lungs, far forward into the undisturbed water. A long boom for perception rather than force. In murky seaways, where river mud met carbonate banks and light came down in olive panes, the extra reach could push a sensorium into clarity beyond the turbulence off the body. The head, with its pressure-sensing canals and its ability to sample faint vibrations, would know first. It would tell the body what to do next before the prey knew it had been noticed. Such restraint raises another classic puzzle: blood and gravity. A giraffe pays for its vertical neck with valves and a heart that throws high pressures. Lift the head and you fight weight and distance. But a plesiosaur's neck is not rooted in air. It is coupled to a dense medium that buoys, and the longest distances are not vertical columns, but gentle horizontal offsets within near-neutral buoyancy. Head heights above the heart were modest. Climbing a water column costs less in pressure than lifting in air. Still, a long vascular path is a long path. Some envision a heart with robust partitioning, elastic arteries as reservoirs, valves that tame backflow during slow nods and sweeps. We cannot dissect one, but the bones tell us they needed something reliable, and evolution rarely builds a bridge without finishing the road. The fossil record teases with posture. Museum mounts that curl the neck high above the body, showman style, are photographs of our desire for drama more than of ancient life. Burial does its own editing. Ligaments shrink after death and haul head and tail back toward the spine, the famous death pose seen in dinosaurs on land. Underwater, currents rearrange sequences of small vertebrae into arcs that might never have been held in life. When we find a neck articulated in a long sweep, we have to ask if silt did the posing. When we find one straight and aligned with the body, we have to ask if that is habit speaking. The answer may be unsatisfying. Both, in different moments, under different tasks, bounded by the same mechanical rules. Predation pressure adds another layer. A neck that far from the core is a liability in a world of mosasaurs and short-necked macro-predatory pliosaurs. Bite through the middle and the rest follows. Break the chain and sensation goes dead at the end. Why risk it? Because the payoff in stealth and reach outweighed the risk in certain niches. Because the best defense was to remain a rumor in the water, no stark pressure front, no muscular rush. Because being where jaws are not expected matters more than wearing armor where they are. And perhaps because the neck, for all its grace, was not glass. The overlapping ribs, the dense cords of muscle running along those spines, the distributed stress. This was not a whip waiting to snap. It was a cantilever with redundancy. We can test pieces of the story with numbers, compute flows at certain speeds, estimate the Reynolds regimes for a neck of given diameter, model the power required to hold a particular curvature against drag. Those exercises tend to push us away from the caricature of a coiling serpent and toward a controlled instrument. They also remind us that a plesiosaur's four-flipper drive offered something unusual among reptiles, an ability to pivot and brake with minimal loss of posture. To hunt with a minimal gesture at the end of a long question, you need the rest of the sentence to be steady. Underwater, stability is not static. It is constantly purchased with little payments of motion. In these animals, the accounts seem to have been well managed. Against this quietly persuasive picture, counter-theories persist, as they should. There are suggestions of near-surface stalking, long necks projecting into shoals from beneath rafts of sargassum, the body deep and obscured. There are sketches of benthic foraging, the neck snaking between crinoid stems and overammonite shells, teasing small invertebrates from burrows with delicate probes. There is even, on the fringe, the idea of lunge-feeding analogies. The neck as a collapsible canal for gulping planktonic swarms, though the teeth and jointing speak only softly in its favor. Each proposal steals plausibility from one aspect of the anatomy and pays it into another. No ledger balances perfectly. The environments that held these animals were themselves collages of possibility. The Western Interior Seaway, for instance, was not a single thing. It wavered with climate and eustacy, deepening and shoaling, blooming with chalky plankton, and then clearing under pulses of colder water. Along its margins, rivers brought nutrients and silt. In its middle, an olive light fell through meters of carbonate-laden clarity. The same neck could mean different strategies in different water. A lineage that kept adding vertebrae into the late Mesozoic may have been answering a variety of small questions with the same long tool. When the end came, when sky darkened with phreatomagmatic ash and the sea told itself a different story of chemistry, the long necks ended too. We do not know if their strategy failed outright or if the world simply stopped asking for what they offered. The bones we recover lie in shale and chalk and sandstone, their surfaces still busy with the signatures of silt and pressure, their joints still staged as if to whisper the moves they made. In cross-section, we see the oval of a centrum. In side view, the procession of little amphicoels. From above, the wrinkled platforms of zygapophyses. there is poise even in their ruin. If you stand in front of a mount and let your eyes travel out along that improbable causeway, you may feel the same hesitation we felt among the Ediacaran slabs. The mind wants to complete the gesture, to picture a strike, a coil, a cinematic silhouette lunging through perfect blue. But water is patient and bones are honest. The truth, or something near it, is slower and stranger. A hunter whose power was not in suddenness, but in not disturbing the medium it moved through. A neck not for violence, but for making distance between sensing and being sensed. An animal that turned the sea's thickness into a hiding place for its intentions. And yet, one image refuses to leave. It is night in a Cretaceous bay, phosphorescence fizzing like a low constellation near the surface. A school of fish has gathered under a raft of drifting weed. Below, a barrel-bodied shadow hangs in the dark, trim as a noting line. The neck rises, not dramatically, but with that studied economy the joints allow, angling into the brightest water. The head tilts a few degrees. No pressure wave announces the motion. No circle widens on the surface. There is only the slow rearrangement of lines, neck, weed, fish, until one of them is briefly interrupted by a small set of teeth. The water closes. The lines return. The animal straightens and becomes, again, the long question that swims. If we want an answer, we have to build it backwards from constraints and from the habits of fluids. We can measure the tilt of facets, the length of ribs, the thickness of fossilized cartilage scars. We can model flows and predict the limits of curvature. What we cannot do is stand inside that body and feel the weightless tug of an S-curve resisted by ribs and rewarded by success. The puzzle remains out there, alive only while it moves and invisible the moment it holds still, like a thought drifting across a glass case that you could swear almost spoke before it went silent. Perhaps the mystery of the Plesiosaur's neck is not that it was too long to make sense, but that it was just long enough to make sense in ways water refuses to tell us. And somewhere beneath an old green shelf sea that no longer exists, a shape passes again, head small, body steady, neck a line that almost writes an answer and then, as always, chooses not to. Story 11. The Megalodon's Vanishing. From a neck that almost wrote in water and then refused to finish the sentence, we drift toward a different silence. Not the silence of motion we can't see, but the silence that arrives when something colossal stops making marks at all. It is the story of a hunter whose presence is recorded in dents and shadows, crescent gouges in fossil bone, serrated smiles dropped by the thousands onto ancient seafloors, a circumference measured in fear rather than tape. Then, at the edge of the Miocene and into the Pliocene, the pencil line breaks. Teeth keep washing ashore in our time, bright as new coin from rock and river. But the living owner is gone. How does a sea find a way to turn off something like that? Before absence, there were nurseries, quiet, warm embayments where the water shoaled honey shallow and the light dappled through mangroves and barrier shoals. Fossil hunters find them today in the pattern more than the place. Beds loaded with small teeth, juvenile sizes repeating in a way that looks less like chance and more like ritual. A Miocene lagoon in what is now Panama. A protected shelf off the Atlantic seaboard. Sheltered coves once leveled by currents along Iberia's edge. It is strange to imagine anything about Megalodon as tender, But nurseries are acts of tenderness writ into geography. They are places for the vulnerable, pups hardly larger than a human, who would grow into engines. Far from those cradles, the oceans sketch a global trail of presence. Teeth the length of a hand, enamel glossy even after millions of years, with serrations still sharp enough to scratch a fingertip. They lie in dredge spoils and river gravels, in cliffs that crumble after rain. Where bone survives, it carries signatures. Whale ribs gnawed like driftwood, vertebrae with semicircles of damage that fit the spacing of teeth as if the animal itself pressed a stamp and swam on. A jaw no longer exists to measure. Cartilage unthreads in time, but the wounds remain, and the wounds tell a story of leverage and certainty. Imagine being in those seas. You learn to map safety by temperature and turbidity, hugging the shadow line of kelp beds or the lee of a seamount. But sometimes the water opens into a green-gold plaza, and there he is, only after he isn't. You feel the wake first, pressures whisper, and then the water is full of direction. A body as long as a bus, and another bus again, thick through the middle, carrying a mouth that does not merely cut, but rearranges. When we say apex, we mean that rainfall of decision falls only downward, and then the downward disappears. Sometime around 3.6 million years ago, during a world turning toward cool, the record thins. Not to zero at once. Extinction is rarely a single wave breaking, but to a hush that moves across basins, a hush that begins to rhyme. In sediments younger than that moment, you can still find the teeth, but you find them out of place, reworked from older beds, their dates misled by the conveyor belts of rivers. Predators leave breadcrumb trails whether they intend to or not, and here the crumbs end at a time when the Earth herself is changing diet. One idea starts with temperature. The Miocene often wears a warmth we would not recognize, but the Pliocene draws on a cooler coat, and the ocean switches its stitches. The land seam between the Americas rises to close the Central American Seaway. Currents reroute. The Atlantic grows saltier and sends more heat poleward. The Pacific's productivity rearranges. Seasonality intensifies at high latitudes. Baleen whales, never passive in the face of opportunity, begin to use the planet like a flywheel, swelling to sizes that turn each migration into a moving continent of meat, a north-south tide anchored to cold, explosive blooms of plankton in polar summers. If the richest kitchens slide into colder rooms, a hunter with a warm water childhood finds the pantry walking away. Could Megalodon follow? That hinges on its physiology, which we must borrow from its cousins and trace with chemistry. Modern great whites and makos carry heat within, banking muscle warmth and shielding it with countercurrent plumbing so they can raid chillier water. For Megalodon, clues in the isotopes of its teeth hint at an animal running warm, a huge metabolism, likely elevated body temperatures above ambient. Warm can be good for power. Warm can also be a bill that comes due. If the cheapest calories move into colder latitudes and you can only rent that cold at high cost, every meal calculates against you. The arithmetic of a giant is delicate. Miss by a few percent over a few years, and the ledger closes. Another idea follows food not by temperature, but by shape. Early to mid-Miocene seas teem with medium-sized mysticetes, 3 to 8 meters, a size that matches the gape and habits of a macro-predator who bites to disable, then returns to feed. By the late Pliocene and into the Pleistocene, baleen whales grow monstrous. Blue and fin whales change the scale of what a body can be. They winter in warmer waters to carve and recover, then rush to the poles for summer banquets, where food is dense but time is short. Calves gain size quickly. Mothers travel in protective lanes of experience. The killable window shrinks. For a shark optimized to crush and carve, a world of bigger, faster-moving prey can become a corridor of locked doors. Competition is the old, simple word for a complicated field. We see the silhouettes rising in the same interval. The ancestors of modern great whites settle into their niche, regional endotherms with speed to spare and a thermal tolerance that stretches the map. Smaller than Megalodon, yes, but capable of pack-like opportunism around carcasses and live prey. At the same time, toothed whales refine their own apex tricks. Orcanus appears later in full modern power, but Pliocene delphinids and early Orcines experiment with robust teeth and social hunting in cooler waters. Even if none of these rivals takes on the giant directly, each can chip away at edges. Calf seasons, carcass access, the scavenging economy that keeps energy moving through a food web. The big hunter loses not once, but 1,000 times in small ways. There is also the matter of home. Nurseries depend on geography. Low energy, shallow places inside reefs and sand barriers, where larger predators enter reluctantly or not at all, and where temperature stays kind. Sea levels wobble with ice growth, and tectonics twist coastlines. The very architecture that once made safe harbours can fail. A nursery erased is a generation taxed. A chain of nurseries diminished across an ocean is a life history bent. When the most vulnerable stage of your existence hits rough water, the ripples don't stop when you finally grow large. They move with you, invisible, like a flaw in tempered glass. Size is not just spectacle, it is strategy. To be enormous is to carry momentum through uncertainty, to hold reserves in bone and muscle and fat, to swing an ecological hammer with every meal. But the strategy assumes a baseline of stability. If your gestation is long, your litter's not large, your young slow to join the hunt, then a few bad years of prey, a few degrees of current shift, a few missing nurseries, and the curve bends the wrong way. The ocean does not announce that you are failing. It simply begins to forget to feed you, and you do the rest. Not everyone accepts a simple exit. Some argue for ghost ranges, remnant populations hiding in undersampled basins for longer than we think. Their teeth scarce because there are so few mouths left to shed them, and so few sediments at the right time and place to keep the record. It is a humane wish in scientific clothes, and it could be partly true. Extinctions often involve long tails, and tails vanish easily in geology's coarse sieve. But if an animal of that size haunted the early Pleistocene in number, we would expect more whispers from bone and sand. We do not hear them. We hear echoes carried forward from older beds, polished by rivers, telling a story that is already over. What we do have, stubborn and specific, are the scenes of impact from when it thrived. A quarry slab where a baleen whale rib is split longitudinally, each half dented by parallel arcs, a postcard from a bite that collapsed architecture in a blink. A vertebral centrum with a gouge that mirrors the curvature of a serrated cusp, the enamel's tiny notches recorded in bone as if the predator signed with a stylus. In one site, a cluster of juvenile teeth mixed with manatee bones and crocodilian scutes speaks of estuaries thick with future and danger. These are not rumors. They are diaries in pieces. Walk a modern river in the right place, and you can still feel the old appetite humming in the sediment. The water is tea-colored, tannic from leaves, and the bottom is hard pan punctuated by shell beds. A diver fans the silt and the past flares. a triangle of enamel, lightning pale against black mud. You bring it to the surface and the air makes the colours brighter. Caramel root, gunmetal blade, a shadow of iron stains. You can balance it in your palm and feel, absurdly, that you've picked up part of an equation. You are holding a piece that used to fit into a machine that converted whales into motion, and you can sense the machine even though all you possess is one durable tooth. The scariest part of the story is not what it did, but what stopped it. We prefer enemies to attrition, a duel on an empty stage to a system sliding out from under large feet. But if the hunter's world took 3 steps sideways, currents shifted, nurseries thinned, prey schedules migrated into cold. And if smaller, more flexible players occupied the gaps, then the unstoppable stops not with a splash, but with a fade. The ocean does not need to kill you when it can simply forget the arrangement that allowed you to live. Still, other theories lean toward event over gradient, a disease specific to lamniforms. It would need to respect boundaries drawn only in textbooks, taking giants and sparing cousins in selective ways we do not see echoed in the record. A solar flare or geomagnetic upset misguiding migrants. Sharks do use the planet's magnetism, but you cannot erase a global predator for good with a single season of confusion. A meteor? Not in that interval, not at the scale needed. The fringe persists because pattern invites drama, and the disappearance of a terror invites a more powerful terror to explain it. Yet the data continue to point to a world in renovation rather than calamity. And if there were a confrontation, it may have been the quiet kind. Competition not by combat, but by budget. A great white can switch targets, follow pulses of productivity into cooler water, scavenge and steal and collaborate. A social delphinid can learn, can teach calves, can reshape tactics while a single lifetime watches climate rearrange the furniture. A giant shark built for certainty meets an age built for contingency. No one has to win a fight on camera. They only have to take better care of the months between. In every extinction, there is a last birth that didn't happen. Picture one final warm Pliocene bay, still good enough to be chosen. Mangrove shadows, a tide that smells of resin and salt. A female whose body remembers roots older than the shoals themselves glides in heavy with life. She gives the water 2, perhaps more, soft-skinned sharks that flicker like commas around her bulk. For weeks they ghost the shallows and slip away from every movement shaped like danger. Outside, the coast is narrowing. Winter is stealing more from spring. The whales that will feed them are learning to leave. The pups survive, perhaps even grow large. And then there is a winter too lean, a summer too far north, a nursery that turns out to be the last warm room in a house already sold. What remains for us are artifacts and the feeling they provoke. A tooth you can buy in a shop, scrubbed and mounted. A museum case with a reconstructed jaw so wide you can stand inside it and pose, giggling, with your hands braced against serrations angled toward your shoulders. A cliff that showers triangles after a good storm, each landing like a syllable from a vanished language. Whale bones in a drawer whose surfaces bear the geometry of force, the way a frost remembers the wind that made it. These pieces do not explain. They confirm that something enormous learned the ocean's math too well, until the math changed. We leave the nursery sands and the whale-scarred ribs and look back once more at the strange comfort of a long neck writing in water. The Plesiosaur's riddle persists because motion conceals its answer. Megalodon's riddle persists because motion stopped. Between the two mysteries is a common truth the sea is fond of repeating. Shape is a negotiation with the world, and negotiations end when the world redraws its terms. So what ended the rain? Cooling seas and shifting currents that pulled the feast out of reach. Prey that grew larger and learned to live on a seasonal schedule anchored in cold. New competitors with thriftier bodies and broader maps. The quiet removal of nurseries from a life cycle that could not afford their loss. Or, as always, something we haven't yet imagined, hiding between our data sets like a sandbar beneath green water. Hold a tooth to the light, and it looks almost recent. That is the trick of enamel, and of the past. Hardness misleads. Somewhere past the Miocene's warm afternoons, a jaw closed around a whale, and history was still a future tense. Then the currents cooled, and the map moved, and a hunger failed to find itself. Imagine a silhouette the size of a bus twice over moving through bright water, the shadow stacking beneath it. Now take the shadow away. The ocean doesn't rush to fill the gap. It leaves the space uncolored, as if expecting the shape to return at any moment. And we, who always arrive too late to watch, listen to that blankness and wonder whether the last thing the giant felt was not fear or pain or even surprise, but the lightness of momentum finally letting go. An empire of appetite released into water that kept, then quietly forgot, its secret. Story 12. The Helicoprion's buzzsaw. From one vanished giant to another kind of absence, the water stills. The blank where a megatooth once moved does not fill. It becomes a window. Look through, and the scene does not brighten. It rewinds. Colors shift to older chemistries, coastlines unrecognizable, the continents welded into a swollen world island, and the sea full of designs that no longer have heirs. You expect to find a familiar triangle cutting the dusk, a dorsal fin breaking a surface. Instead, the first thing you see is a circle. Not in the sky, not on the horizon, but tucked inside a mouth. An elegant spiral, teeth marching inward like a staircase that descends forever. The Permian Ocean did not look predatory in the ways we are taught to recognize. It was sponge forests and reef mounds, ammonoids riding the currents in a clockwork of coiled shells, bony fishes with armor you could mistake for jewelry, and shadows that were not sharks but their kin, cousins by feel rather than by name. Out in Panthalassa, where the wind could travel half a planet without meeting a mountain, one of those shadows moved with a quiet confidence that suggests it had solved a problem few animals have: how to eat efficiently using a weapon that was both mouth and memory. Helicoprion, the buzzsaw fish, left us almost nothing but that memory. Cartilage rots, flesh disappears, but enamel remembers. If you had found the fossil before paleontology had a language for it, you might have turned it over in your hands and called it a fern turned to stone, or a rolled band of metal teeth, the accidental ruin of a machine that never existed. The spiral is so precise that it feels designed. Each tooth hooks to the next, a continuous ribbon of blades that tightens toward a center that you cannot see. For a long time, we didn't know where to put it. 19th and early 20th century imaginations tried every silhouette available. Some placed the spiral on the snout, like a circular saw used to cut open prey. Others stitched it to the dorsal line, a booby trap of teeth along the back. A few drew it planted in the upper jaw, as if a predator could grind victims against its palate. Art did what it always does when confronted by a single, exquisite piece of an animal's biography. It made up the rest with confidence. Then a more patient lens entered the story. CT scanners looked into the rock rather than at it, reading density like a diary. In specimens from what is now Idaho, the spiral sits where the lower jaws meet, anchored by cartilage that fossilized just enough to write down the plan. The whorl is not a loose decoration, it is built in. New teeth are added at the outer rim, and the whole conveyor shifts inward as the animal grows, a life's worth of tools stored and never shed. The cutting edge always fresh at the lip. The upper jaw, by comparison, offers little in the way of teeth. Perhaps a reinforced pad, perhaps cartilage thickened into a counterblade. When the mouth closes, the spiral doesn't spin like a power tool. It moves the way a hinge does, forward edges meeting, the whorl drawing whatever it has seized backward and downward, slicing and delivering in the same motion. What did it hunt? The world around it answers by presence and by physics. Ammonoids flourished in Permian seas, their shells thin enough to yield under a steady shear, their bodies soft and nutritious, their swimming predictable. A mouth that grabs and retracts is well suited to catch coiled prey by the soft parts and keep them from wriggling away, the teeth acting like a draw knife, continually biting as the jaws rotate shut. Fish, too, would have been at risk if they were small or unarmored. Anything that could be pulled into the corridor of serrations and guided past the laminar pad of the upper jaw. Not a crusher then, but a slicer. Not a biter that holds and shakes until bones snap, but a machine that turns motion itself into a blade. We wish for the kind of evidence that makes courtroom scenes persuasive. Gut contents perfectly preserved, shells with marks that match the curve of a particular tooth. The ocean gives us fewer confessions than that. There are shells with strange slashes, arcs that could plausibly be written by serrated crescents. There are wear patterns near the outer coils of some whorls, microscopic chipping, as if blades had met resisting surfaces often enough to leave fatigue behind. There are comparisons to other eugeniodonts, the larger order to which Helicoprion belongs, like Edestus, whose opposing half-whorls worked like scissors, and Cambrian, with a twisted jaw curve less famous but no less strange. Taken together, the family looks like an evolutionary workshop of cutting ideas, most of them abandoned when the lights went out at the end of the Permian. The Helicoprion's buzzsaw scale hides in the spiral too. The largest whorls measure wider than a dinner plate. Some approach the diameter of a steering wheel. There are equations for extrapolating body length from tooth growth and cartilage anchor points, conservative ones and generous ones, and they produce animals that could have been the length of a car, perhaps more. Not Megalodon large, not even great white aggressive in profile, but big enough that if you were swimming in their world by some impossible accident of time, you would not be a spectator for long. The shape that rules you is not a looming triangle breaking the light, but a mouth that seems almost empty until it is not. A coil unfurling just enough to catch whatever your limbs have made of the water. You might wonder why the spiral at all. Why not a row of teeth renewed by shedding like sharks do now? Why commit to an architecture where every tooth you have ever grown is still with you, coiled inward like rings marking the seasons of a tree? One answer is space. With cartilage and soft tissues to support it, the lower jaw could store hundreds of teeth without needing a massive, protruding frame. Another answer is reliability. A single, continuous cutting surface never produces the gaps that rows with replacement cycles can suffer. There is always a blade available, always the next serration already aligned behind the last. A third answer is leverage. Teeth arranged in a spiral meet prey at slightly different angles as the jaw closes, dividing the work into many small engagements rather than one catastrophic collision. Meat does not have to be severed in a single dramatic moment. It can be persuaded apart. There are more speculative answers, quieter but persistent. Perhaps the spiral's geometry made it self-maintaining. Older inner teeth dulling toward the throat where they would not matter. Newer outer teeth keen and primed at the opening. Perhaps the whirl also served as a kind of brace, stabilizing the lower jaw against twisting forces when a struggling animal tried to talk free. There is even room, fanciful but not absurd, for display. Many predators are also negotiators. A mouth is a signal as much as it is a tool. A coil of polished enamel, pale and perfect, flashing momentarily when the jaw parted, might have been a warning to anything that recognized the sign. Or it might have been seen by nothing at all. Evolution builds extravagances that no one appreciates until the day arriving, eyes evolve to recognize them. When we model the mechanics, jaw cartilage as levers, muscles as vectors, the whorls, serrations as microscopic wedges, the picture that forms is one of economy rather than violence. Closing the mouth sweeps the whirl forward and upward relative to the prey, guiding tissue along the spiral path into darkness. There is less ripping than we expect, more rooting. Imagine the difference between hacking a branch with a dull blade and drawing it, with a practiced hand, across a razor set at a perfect angle. The result is the same. The branch is severed, but only one of those actions feels inevitable. Helicoprion's design sponsored inevitabilities. None of this made it immortal. The Permian closed like a fist. Volcanic provinces burned for 1,000,000 years. The sea turned weird, its oxygen unevenly distributed and its chemistry soured. Food webs that had taken eons to negotiate collapsed, not everywhere at once, but in enough places at the same time that survival no longer meant being good at your job. It meant being portable, being general, being lucky. Specialization is a luxury in a stable world, and a liability in one that is rewriting its rules. If your mouth is a spiral designed for harvesting a particular kind of flesh in a particular kind of water, and the water forgets how to be itself, what then? Do you switch targets? Do you migrate far enough to find the old menu? Or do you continue to do the thing you were built for, with diminishing returns, as the spiral tightens and tightens and the days taste thinner? We cannot track the last Helicoprion the way we shadowed the last megatooth through the Pliocene's cooling. The record is darker, deeper in time, and leaner by orders of magnitude. But the envy you feel at not being allowed to watch has the same texture. Somewhere in the late Permian, a whirl that had been set in motion by growth, fed by prey and salt and the arithmetic of cartilage, delivered one final meal up the throat of an animal that did not know it was living at the edge. The same spiral that made it efficient made it knowable to us. It preserved itself in stone more faithfully than bone ever could. A blueprint curled upon itself, waiting to be read by hands that had not yet evolved. Even now, with the placement solved and the jaw mechanics simulated, there are gaps that refuse to close. Did the upper jaw carry any true teeth at all, or only a pad against which the serrations drew? Could the whirl ever snag on something too big and jam, a mouth locked by its own abundance of knives? Did juveniles hunt something different, their smaller whirls better suited to tiny shells, the growth of their diet etched into the radius of their spirals like a secret calibration curve? What depths did they prefer? Shelf edge, open blue, reef side? Were their migrations written in the chemistry of the teeth we haven't yet sampled? Seasonal arcs as invisible to us as currents once were to sailors? And always, backgrounding every question with the patience of geology, is the geometry itself. That tight, inward journey, tooth to tooth, row to row, the animal's life captured as a logarithmic prayer. We do not know if it watched its prey directly, or hunted by pressure and echo the way modern chimeras do. We do not know whether the spiral made a sound underwater that anything could hear, a rasp when it bit, a faint thrumming when it met shell, a whisper when it moved through the nothing between water molecules. But standing in a museum, looking down into a glass case at a stone coil cut from a ravine in Idaho, or a slope in the Urals, or a Western Australian riverbed, you feel something like the sensation of looking at a clock without hands and realizing, with a small, involuntary chill, that it still keeps time. If you swam there, you would not hear it approach. You would not recognize the threat sign. What would touch you first would be organization, the sudden alignment of the water around you into a corridor, the sense of being moved without consent, then a pressure where none was, a pressure with teeth. The spiral would not need to be fast. It would only need to be sure. The ocean is merciless when it invents inevitabilities, and this was one of them. A mouth that shortened the future of anything it could fit. When we move on from this idea, as we must in a story that keeps time by mysteries, we take with us the discipline of the spiral, the insistence that design is an answer to a question the environment asks over and over. For Helicoprion, the question was how to turn the act of closing the mouth into both capture and delivery, and the answer was a memory that sharpened itself. Why the ocean abandoned that solution remains unsettled. Perhaps the prey list changed faster than the world could follow. Perhaps the water's chemistry blunted edges that once stayed bright. Perhaps the lineage simply reached a local maximum and, satisfied, held its ground until the ground moved under it. We don't know the last thing the spiral cut. We don't know the last path a world traveled from the rim, through a lifetime of cuts, toward a center it could never reach. We only know that somewhere inside stone, a circle sleeps, intact, teeth counting inward with a calm that outlasted everything that needed feeding. And if you put your ear to the glass, if you permit yourself that quiet, foolish act, you will hear nothing, because time has been removed. Yet you will feel, in the small muscles of the jaw you carry from other oceans and other lineages, the urge to close, and in that closing, the ghost of a movement we still cannot completely see. Story 13. The Cambrian Ambush. The ocean keeps its silences with a patience that borders on indifference. We watch a shape the size of a garage vanish from the living map and call it an ending. But endings have a way of echoing backward. If a giant can slip from water without a ripple to mark its departure, what else has come and gone, unnoticed, except by the chemistry of the sea? Follow that thought down through layers of blue, past the centuries when whales first learned to sing, past the chalky rain of plankton shells, into a time before bones had names. The absence we just felt, the way the water failed to close around a missing shadow, has an ancestor. There was a moment when the ocean did the opposite of forgetting. It remembered all at once. It learned to see. The Cambrian did not dawn with trumpets. It arrived as a gradient, pale shelves of continent, warm and shallow, draped in microbial mats that had quilted the seafloor for geologic ages. A soft-bodied world moved slowly through silt and faint green light, scavenging among bacterial films, drawing lines of tiny tracks and simple burrows no deeper than a finger. Then, somewhere around 541 million years ago, the gradient sharpened. Shelves that had been quiet began to fizz with new verbs: burrow, bite, brace, flee. Skeletons appeared in miniature, the small shelly fossils, millimetre-scaled puzzle pieces of armour scattered like the first hailstones of a storm that hadn't yet fully organised. Within a geological instant, some 20 million years, fast by Earth's standards, the ocean filled with forms that look, to our eyes, like sketches of futures. Segmented shields, ringed mouths, spines so delicate they seem drawn in ink. The Cambrian explosion is the name we give to the moment a murmur became a crowd. Imagine drifting above a Cambrian reef slope with lungs that have no place there and a heartbeat too slow for what's coming. Sunlight stammers downward, fractured into a glittering lattice by waves. In the shallows, dark mats peel back where something has ploughed a trench. The substrate itself is collapsing into churned turbulence as new animals dig and ventilate, oxygen sneaking deeper into sediment, microbes losing their quiet empires. A shadow slips across the mosaic of trilobites, low, armoured, jointed like a mechanical chrysanthemum. And all at once, there is geometry where you don't expect it. A pair of raptorial appendages sweeping forward like folding ladders, each rung studded with spines. Anomalocaris is not a monster in the sense we use the word now. It is a solution to a problem the ocean just invented. The lateral lobes along its sides beat in a travelling wave. A tail fan trims its course. Its mouth, a ring of hard plates that resembles a pineapple slice. Flowers open and closes in a slow, precise rotary bite. Around it, the water is not just water. It is strategy. We know the outline of this animal from places where the Cambrian saved its secrets in exquisite detail. In British Columbia's Burgess Shale, in China's Chengjiang, in Greenland's Sirius Passet, even the fragile parts were preserved as films of carbon, as mineral ghosts. So we see not only shells and spines, but eyes. The eyes are the scandal. Trilobites brandish calcite lenses grown straight out of their exoskeleton, lattices of mineral shaped by cells into hundreds of tiny windows. Some species with doublet optics that correct aberration. Crystalline technology set into living armour. And then, in Australia's Emu Bay Shale, a shock of evidence. Compound eyes likely belonging to an anomalocaridid, dome-like, with individual facets numbering in the tens of thousands, each its own channel for light. Apply that level of resolution to a body built for sudden acceleration, and you get the ecological equivalent of a match in dry grass. Sight changes more than vision. It reconfigures behaviour. A world navigated by chemical gradients and touch becomes a theatre of lines of sight, ambush angles, cover, the shimmering lie of a water column interrupted by a fin. Prey that once relied on passivity must now become textured in ways light hates to trace. Spines to break outlines, bumps and ridges to scatter glints, armour to anger teeth. Hallucigenia, a creature whose very name admits our bafflement, looks like a brush come alive. A caterpillar long body lifted on paired soft legs while a palisade of rigid spines bristles along its back. For decades we had it upside down, its defensive spikes mistaken for walking stilts. In truth, the needle forest is meant to be seen, meant to say, choose me and regret it. At one end, a simple head with a ring of teeth in the throat. At the other, a tent of tiny claws. Hallucigenia is not elegant. It doesn't need to be. It is proof that once predators learn to pick a target with their eyes, even clumsiness can live if it hurts to swallow. Next to it, Opabinia threads like a rumour. 5 eyes sit on small turrets across the top of its head, an archipelago of vision. Below them, a soft, trunk-like proboscis ends in a pincer. It reaches down and forwards, tasting the bottom, plucking bits up, delivering them into a mouth that faces backward. Every detail looks improbable until you fit it into a landscape of new ecological rules. Wiwaxia armor plates itself in overlapping scales, sclerites that lay like shingles, 2 long spines projecting from its back like unsheathed opinions. Nectocarus glides past like a trial sketch of the cephalopod idea. A soft body, a pair of fins, a siphon that hints at jet propulsion. Even the worms bristle with strategy. Priapulids punch burrows into the seafloor and patrol the entrances like sentries, their eversible, tooth-studded proboscides doubling as traps. Beneath the parade is a more subtle revolution. The floor itself is losing its stability. Before the Cambrian, microbial mats covered much of the shallow seafloor, laminating sediment into a cohesive fabric. Animals couldn't easily burrow. The world above and below the mat were chemically and ecologically separate. Cambrian burrowers stitched those 2 worlds together. As they mixed oxygen-rich water into the substrate, they liberated new niches and erased old refugees. This substrate revolution is the quiet violence under every chase scene, the disappearing of safe places. Perhaps you would not last a minute here, not because something would bite you immediately, but because the places you'd expect to hide are already gone. Why does complexity erupt here and then? One tradition of answers is chemical. Oxygen is a habit-forming molecule. It rewards certain metabolisms, those that can burn fuel hot and fast, with the currency of speed and sustained motion. After the great glaciations of the late Precambrian, the planet's near snowball episodes, the balance of nutrients and weathering may have shifted, pushing more oxygen into shallow seas, lifting a ceiling that had kept exuberance in check. With more oxygen, muscles buy more thrust, nerves fire faster, tissues harden. The water itself changes character. It becomes a medium in which ambush can pay off. Another tradition is ecological. Predation is not just an event, it is a feedback loop. Once one lineage discovers how to treat another not as scenery but as food, evolution stops behaving like a quiet negotiation and starts acting like an arms race. Hard parts appear not for their own sake, but because being delicious is a problem. Shells precipitate from water saturated in calcium and carbonate. Spines grow where once there were only soft margins. Trilobites that curl into defensive balls write an argument in mechanics that their enemies must answer with leverage or patience. Some trilobite fossils bear semicircular scars, bite marks frozen in stone, whether from anomalocaridids or some other early jaw experiment, an unresolved credit that still hangs over the ledger of the sea. You can feel the gradient steepen. Every improvement in offense recalibrates the value of defense, and vice versa. That ratchet, once it starts, doesn't stop. It only finds new surfaces to climb. A third tradition is developmental. The genes that tell bodies where to put their front and back, their segments and limbs, their eyes and mouths, did not appear in the Cambrian out of nowhere. The toolkit was older, rows of instructions already written in genomes during the late Precambrian, while the fossil record was mostly silence. What changed may have been the way those instructions were read. Small tweaks in the timing and intensity of gene expression, in the influence of regulatory switches, in the choreography of early embryonic events. The effect would be explosive not because new parts were invented, but because familiar parts could be produced in novel combinations and scales. A theatre troupe given a box of new costumes and told they could improvise. Molecular clocks, the methods that estimate divergence times by the slow accumulation of genetic changes, often place the splits between major animal lineages before the explosion we see in rock. If those estimates are even roughly right, then the Cambrian fossil record is less a birth certificate than a coming out party, an unveiling of lineages that had been practicing in private. The clock we can't see might be a developmental metronome, quiet until a threshold of oxygen, of ecology, of gene regulation made certain songs audible. There are other voices too. Ocean chemistry oscillates between aragonite seas and calcite seas, favoring different mineral forms for skeletons. The Cambrian rode one of those waves, perhaps making it easier to pull armor from the water. Phosphate pulses from weathering continents may have fertilized coastal oceans, boosting productivity enough to feed not just more mouths, but hungrier ones. Some point to the collapse of the Ediacaran fauna, the quilted frond-like organisms that decorated the late Precambrian seafloor, as an opening of ecological real estate. Were they outcompeted, eaten, poisoned by the very oxygen that empowered their successors? We have impressions in stone like the memory of a touch, and then we have absence. The boundary between them is thin enough to cut fingers. Even sight itself has a prehistory. Opsins, the light-sensitive proteins at the core of visual systems, are ancient. But an opsin in a cell is an ember, an eye is a furnace. To build a retina or a compound eye, you need layers, lenses, screens, wiring. You need behavior that makes vision matter, turning toward or away, tracking, hiding, signaling. The Cambrian pulled those elements into alignment. Trilobite eyes grew from rock. Radiodont eyes swelled into hemispheres dense with facets. Simple pits deepened into cameras. With that came a new physics of fear. To be seen is to be predicted. To see is to predict better. You wouldn't survive your first slow blink because 500 million years of practice began here, and it was ruthless. It is tempting to tell this as a story with a cause that snaps into place like a key. The ocean warmed, oxygen rose, predators appeared, shells hardened. The plot proceeds. But the rock record reads more like overlapping waves than clean chapters. The Chengjiang fauna shows one pattern of dominance. The Burgess Shale, millions of years later, and an ocean away, shows another. Radiodonts, the broader family to which Anomalocaris belongs, diversified into sizes and diets we're only now disentangling. Some hunters, some filter feeders, some perhaps scavengers. Trilobites proliferated into thousands of species, experimenting with eye placement and ridge geometry, with a zeal that borders on baroque. Lobopodians, the soft-bodied, spine-happy cousins of modern velvet worms, tried on arrangements of legs and claws that seemed to riff on a theme. The Cambrian explosion looks less like a single detonation and more like a fuse burning through many rooms at once. Stand for a moment in one of those rooms. The light is thin but honest. A storm has recently passed. Currents have sheared the mat, and a bare patch of sediment yawns open like a stage. A trilobite trundles into view, antennae feeling the future. It pauses. The water ahead is not empty. It is crowded with information. A set of waves, the faint push of something beating lobes in sequence, threads into the trilobite's body through its legs and shell. Anomalocaris coasts, then flexes. The distance between them collapses. The appendages close. We have a fossil of the trilobite's mistake. What we do not have is the sound the water made as the first eye met the first armor and found both of them wanting. When we search for reasons, we inherit our own kind of blindness. Oxygen can soar and fail. Predators can escalate into stalemates and swerve into novelty. Genes can prepare rooms no one ever enters. Perhaps the question, why so quickly, is partly a product of our sampling. The rare windows of exceptional preservation that make the Cambrian feel like a burst may simply illuminate it unevenly. Or perhaps it really was a step change, a pile of thresholds crossed together, a confluence of physics and metabolism, of light and nervous tissue, of nutrient storms and eroding safe zones. Theories bend toward one another in the end, as if acknowledging that no single lens gathers enough light. What remains, after the arguments, is the atmosphere of the water itself. Before the Cambrian, the sea was a slow conversation carried by diffusion and touch. After, it became a gallery of intent. Bodies read one another at a distance. Space acquired texture. The ocean learned to write with edges and angles and speeds. If you could visit, you would not last, because the first thing to fail would not be your lungs or your skin. It would be your expectations. You would look for quiet and find geometry aimed at you. Some days, staring at the fossil films of Xinjiang, you can almost feel the heat of a mind waking up. No single mind, but a civilization of eyes, distributed across carapaces and stalks and the soft flanges of predators, practicing the trick of turning photons into plans. On those days, the Cambrian explosion stops being an event and becomes a mood, the planet trying out sharpness. And then the mood passes, and we return to our numbers and charts and to the comfort of frameworks that promise answers if we align enough data into straight lines. But the ocean does not keep straight lines for long. It learned in the Cambrian to bend them into pursuit curves and to break them into confusion. We ask whether oxygen or arms races or hidden genes set the clock, as if there were only one way time can keep time. And somewhere, at the bottom of an old quarry in the Canadian Rockies, a wafer of black shale holds the imprint of a creature whose 5 eyes caught sunlight that had not yet learned to lead shadows deep. The print is perfect, and it is silent. If the sea were to answer our question, why here, why then, it would likely answer the way it always has, with a flicker at the edge of vision, with movement already in progress. In a world where sight is new, you wouldn't survive your first slow blink. And as you try to hold your eyes open, the water around you, bright, crowded, newly awake, would turn and watch you back. The waters we crossed tonight were never meant for us. Seas that burned the lungs with sulfur, shorelines patrolled by scorpions with paddles for hands, ambushes born the moment sight evolved, the sky fell, the ocean caught fire. In any of these waters, survival wouldn't have been a choice. It wouldn't even have been possible. If this journey left you wondering, stay with us. Subscribe, explore the archive, and meet us in the next dive into the past. There are more coasts to trace, more corridors of time to open, and more mysteries that will not let go. Thanks for watching. Until next time, stay safe.